Bro, why does it put me in slots to casino? I fucking hate this website, man. I hate it. I straight up hate this website. I literally put myself in just chatting. What's up? Not you. Not you. Not you. Not us. Not us. Not you. Not me. Not you. Not us. No. Yo, wasn't the extension's great, right? Thank you. Yo, Solutions, pin that bitch. Pin that bitch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not kidding when I say this. We might be going all in on Wendys today. Yes, Belle, Wendys, not the tacos, okay? We're done with tacos. Fuck you, Trump. We might be going all in on Wendys. This is up to you. This is up to you. Yes, it's up to you. All right? We will talk about it. We'll talk about it. I did see
Wendys nuts on your chin.
I hardly have a chin nowadays because I've lost so much weight. Look at this. You know what else I lost? Money! Chat, I am so fucked and so are you. Do you want to look at your portfolio? Do you even want to dare? I don't. Do you? I don't. I don't.
I went to get a Frosty and they said, fuck off.
Fuck off, Frosty, you fucking little bitch. Fuck you, Frosty, you fucking asemic retard. I hate you, Frosty, you dumb little bitch. Anyway, let's talk shop, chat. What was I gonna say? All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, judge, executioner, judge, juries, jams, jimborees, jambas, jumbles, and jangles. All of you. Why is there an insane amount of sharpening on your camera? Because I'm fucking sharp today? I took Adderall? You kidding me? Look at me. It's not even that sharp, you dumb fuck. It's not sharp at all. It just looks good. Look at that. That's how I normally look. I usually look just like this when I'm in the camera. Also, I'm not sweating. Okay, I just got out of the shower. Will you pre-order GTA 6? No. No one's playing GTA 6. It's a pretty obvious fucking pump and dump. Oh my, dude. People like you are retarded, okay? It's a fucking pump and dump. We've all seen it before. No one's buying it. It's all bullshit, all right? It's not happening. It's not happening, okay? Mods, change the category if we're in one. Are you
still air drying?
No, I'm not air drying, you dumbass. I am doing air dropping, okay? We're getting big into that. Chat, I'm down $116,000, all right? Which is not good, all right? Now why? Look at this bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean that. You are a nice woman. You are Asian. I did not see that. This is how bad the stock markets are going, chat. Check this shit out. This woman... All right, women usually don't even look at stocks, right? Their husbands do it for them. So this woman went into her husband's portfolio and found that a Korean trader who lost everything when the stock market crashed. Chat, this is how bad shit's going for the Koreans.
Pikachu.
Let's full port Wendys and let's buy this woman a damn new monitor, chat. Let's buy her a new monitor. This is a great woman. What a great woman. We need to buy her a monitor. We need to buy fucking Wendys. We'll talk about it. All right, there's a lot going on today. I always hear people say Shiba, and I never know what that means, but now I know. It means market. All right. Imagine not diversifying your portfolio. Anyway, we're down. Bad. It's gotten a little bit better over the past hour since I went live. Pause champ. I was down $50,000 and now it's back up to 17K. It's getting a little bit better, John. But my God, have we been in the doomster dumpster today? It's not looking good. Looks like your Mario run. Oh, wow. Let's just bring back references from 6 years ago. Let's just start. All right, yeah. So SpongeBob movie was pretty fucking good. And also, do you guys like The Little Mermaid, you cock ass? Let's stop bringing up dog shit references from 5 years ago. Let's start focusing on the now, chat. Let's not get into now. It's a horrible company. Let's focus on anything else. Let's go over your portfolio, chat, and we'll talk about what we're going to do today. The Moo earnings. You already know it's happening. The Moo earnings are happening, okay? We know this. I know this. I'm here. One of you are here. Press 1 if you're here. Moo earnings are happening. The Little Mermaid song was pretty fucking good. All right. It was pretty good. But yes, Moo earnings are happening today. Now, what's going on?
Cinderella was goated though.
We don't ever mention any Cinderellas here. All right. Because there was no such thing as a Cinderella. They were all the evil witch and wick of the West. All right. None of them were really Cinderellas after all. And you'll find out in my new video soon why. 10 to 1 split from Moo. We don't know what's going to happen. All right. Moo is apparently going to have some news, chat. Obviously, it's their earnings are happening, which is big. You're up on BlackBerry, by the way. The only thing in the entire market, and you got to give them props, is your BlackBerry. Everything else is down. The Jew lied to you again, chat. He ripped you a new one. INFQ is down 12%. Now, I know what you're thinking. The Jew lied. Not really, okay? It's more so, it's like, you know that you guys, you know how we have like a president of the United States? And like he's around. Play Mecha Chameleon. Well, I really hate that you even just said that. That's so fucking cringe. So, what does VRS mean? Mods, will you shut up? Does it really matter that why do I put that? I always do that. You're right. I always do that. Third day. It's been like 5 years. I do that all the time. Okay, so Claude is currently to $81,000, chat. How did Claude... Wait, this is you. I'm wrong. Chat is at $81,000. Claude is not even showing his portfolio. He's up so much. Claude's at like $90,000 from last time I saw it. You're still in slots and casinos, by the way. If I swear to God, I've literally changed it 4 times. I've literally changed it 4 times.
So do I start packing my bags to get banned?
Like, I literally changed it 4 times. Dude, that stops people from fucking seeing my stream. I've done this 4 times. That literally stops people from getting my notification. What the actual fuck? Why does it keep putting me back? How can dude, where are the logs for this? I gotta see. This is just insane. Loud ass piss. It's Belle, dude. She's just pisses everywhere, and I have to clean it up all the time. It's exhausting. It's exhausting, dude. Okay. So chat's at $81,000. You're losing this thing, by the way. Now, you're probably wondering what happened. Because chat, at one point today, you were actually up $3,800. You were coming back. What happened? What's going on in the market? We will find out as we go along today. Let's go ahead and watch more Asians and Koreans, shall we? Because that's what we were born to fucking do. All right, so this lady's crashing out. You're probably wondering why the hell this woman's crashing out. What's going on? Have you ever heard of a stop loss? It's a classic new move. You know, chat, that is one thing that we probably should start talking about. What we do is stop losses, because apparently we don't know. We don't know stop losses for shit. We got to figure that one out. We don't use it. We're ballsy, but it's kind of hard for you to have a stop loss when, you know, like, what do you do when you just start immediately and you're already down the roller coaster? You got fucked. All right, let's go ahead and see what's going on in the news today, shall we? Wall Street Bets is having this thing, chat, and here's what's going. You know, they like hear all of that.
What, really?
Yeah, I gotta like.
No way.
Yeah.
Huh?
No, yeah, they hear all that.
Why?
No, it's. I could just like put a noise gate, I guess, but like. Yeah. All right. Is this noise gate work? Is this good? Yeah. Okay. So chat, Wall Street Bets is having this giant thing that's going on right now, okay? And their huge thing that's happening is they are basically saying fuck memory at this point, fuck everything, and go full retard and go all in on Wendys, ladies and gentlemen. Wendys. Yes, her. They're doing the same thing they did with GameStop with Wendys now. With the same thing. It's a short squeeze. And the reason why they're doing that, is because they want to save Wendys. Because Wendys has had just a bad time in the market. If you look at Wendys stock, it's up 27% today. But, you know, in the past 6 months, it has been shit. It was at $8. It's went all the way down to $2, and it's called a short squeeze that's happening. It's the same thing as GameStop, where they're like, we're tired of these companies. And yeah, it's true. Like, you basically have these shorters that are just destroying these fucking companies and rooting them and crashing them into the ground. Wendys is a great company. Like, I look at their revenue. Earnings to beat are great. Revenue's great. Their quarterly finances are great. Why are they dropping like a fly every fucking 5 seconds as a stock? In fact, I think Wendys is a great stock, because as we get better AI technology, people are going to start getting replaced, right? I don't want my burger to have hair in it every time. So people are going to start going to Wendys, and they're going to start seeing automated Wendys, and that's going to be cheaper as time goes on, which is going to make it even cheaper and a better product and a better company. So I would think Wendys is great. So Wendys right now, you know, is getting a short squeeze, very similar to GameStop last time. It did have a massive short squeeze in the morning at 9 o'clock, and it was up 13%. It is now just up a little bit. The question is, do you guys think it's going to go up more and we can full port Wendys? Now, is it the next GameStop? Does it have that kind of move? Now you see all these people are going in on GameStop. $28,000 of Wendys. They're ordering as much as fucking Russell used to on a daily basis. Look at that. They're going all in on full retard.
For the people who don't know what is a short squeeze, Mizzy Wizzy.
That's a great question. I'm pretty sure there's probably a YouTube video that can explain it way better than me, because I only know how to squeeze toothpaste. All right. What is a short squeeze?
A short squeeze refers to a jump in a stock's price, forcing a large number of short sellers to close their position, which in effect pushes the price even higher. When an investor shorts a stock, he borrows shares from another account and sells them, agreeing to replace the stock at a later date. Short sellers predict the price will go down, enabling them to buy the shares at a lower price. When the share price starts to rise, many of these same investors will decide to buy the stock before their losses escalate further. This flood of buy orders causes the price to climb even higher. First Class Aeronautics, an upstart aircraft maker, recently unveiled its new flagship model. The rollout was delayed for several months, leading many investors to question whether the plane had design issues. Consequently, many of them decided to short the company's stock. But as it turned out, initial orders ended up being getting stronger than expected during the plane's first few weeks on the market, pushing the company's share price from $17 per share to $20. Fearing a continued surge, many of the short sellers bought the stock to close out their position. These purchases pushed the stock higher still to $23 a share. It's important to remember that this secondary push has more to do with the large number of short positions than the stock's fundamentals. Contrarian investors will sometimes try to cash in on this phenomenon by taking a long position on heavily shorted stocks, that is, buying them with the hope that they'll appreciate. Going against the crowd like this is typically a high-risk, high-reward proposition. Even so, some feel it is safer to bet on a stock rising than on one falling, where the potential losses are limitless.
Does that make sense, Clint Stevens, you little slut? Okay, so if you guys understand what that means, it should make perfect sense, right? They're basically short squeezing the living shit out of other people who are trying to short Wendys. Remember, shorting is making the stock go down. So they are basically saying, hey, fuckers, you gotta buy the stock now just so you don't lose your shorts because you're gonna get screwed. So they're forcing these people to buy the stock because they've been shorting the stock for so long and fucking it in the ass. It's exactly what happened with GameStop, and it's happening again with Wendys, potentially. We don't know how far this meme can go. That is the question we have today. Does Reddit have what it takes to bring it to the fucking, push it to the limits? Right? I don't know. Does Reddit have that ability it had during COVID to make this thing run even remotely like it did before? It just started happening last night, chat. Last night. Wall Street Bet just found its next GameStop. Wendys exploded 42% today. It's bingle, bangle, bongle, boongle, bongle. The move came from right after Wendys named Clint Stevens, former Potbelly executive, as its new CFO. But that alone doesn't explain a 42% spike. Wendys has hit a 13-year low just one day earlier, down nearly 40% after Q1 sales fell 5% and net income dropped 42%. Short interest sits around 26%. Wow, that's a lot. That combination, a beaten down stock with heavy short positioning, is exactly why fuels a short squeeze. Rising prices force short sellers to buy back shares to cover losses. Wendys became the second most mentioned stock on Reddit's Wall Street Bets in the past 24 hours, and now it's having a little bit of a boom. The question is, how long will this last, chat? And that's what we don't know. You think it's free money, you think it's easy, you think I'm there early. The question is, these guys were there earlier, and even these guys haven't really seen a profit yet. Could it go up? It could. It absolutely could. It absolutely could. Wow, this guy said, I'm officially done. I don't have the boom sound effect, so, I can't do that, but, damn. Wow, you have this guy going $43,000 into Wendys. Jesus Christ. So people are buying Wendys. So chat, it's up to you if you guys want to buy a full port Wendys, or we wait for Moo. This is probably the biggest day in Moo history, chat. They're having their earnings. It's the biggest day. They're having their earnings. It's today. So we'll see what happens. I don't know, right? It's totally up to you. Let's buy 10K's Wendys. You have no money. We'll get to that later, though.
This is all bad community theater. I mean,
all right, so Chad, if you do not know what's going on right now, President Donald J. Trump is losing his fucking goddamn mind. I don't know how anyone can even pretend that he's not losing his fucking goddamn mind. This guy is... I woke up for 5 minutes and I just saw so much news on this goober. He is now hanging out with Lakari. He's just lost his fucking mind. I'm assuming he's, he says it was just gooning. That's all it was. It wasn't a big deal. It's like, dude, it was more than... Why is the stocks going down, right? This is the question I'm sure a lot of you are having. Why are my stocks going down? As a lot of you guys are fully invested in all of this. Remember, you guys can download the extension. I'm sure all of you have, because there's nobody here. Because guess what? The slots and casino section makes my notification not go out. I fucking love Kick. Great website. Tbilisi letter. Breaking news. President Donald J. Trump says Iran has informed that U.S. that there are no tolls, insurance costs, or other charges being sought or received by Iran on ships traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump also says he will be releasing Iranian funds to U.S. farmers and ranchers because they're the ones that got really fucked in all this chat because of soil. Food is desperately needed in Iran, and we will be purchasing it from them and exclusively from the United States, says Donald J. Trump. What the fuck does that mean? Because it was 8 hours ago, right? Who knows?
Can you come back and chat with us on the plane?
I saw the Wendy's Baconator advert when I pirated the UFC stream.
Have you guys ever realized or thought about the fact that Donald Trump wastes a lot of gas? Why the fuck doesn't he just fly normally like everyone else? You're for the people, right? Why aren't you flying? I'll let you have first class if you had a good week in the market. Why are you driving this giant fucking jumbotron all the way to another country? It's just such a waste, He doesn't need all this. Who's on this plane with him when you think about it, right? Who? Him and Taylor Swift? You don't need this plane. I'm sorry, you just don't need it. I think it's a waste. Disgusting. Chad, if I'm ever president of the United States, I'm not riding in this thing. Those really cool things that people ride? Those small helicopters, probably bad time. Small helicopter things that it's like a fan is basically on it. Yeah, I'd ride this.
Flying a small ultralight helicopter offers an exhilarating sensation akin to soaring through.
That's gonna be me. I'm gonna ride that thing around. All right, yeah, no helicopter jokes. Do me a favor. A phrase that has landed Donald Trump in the hottest possible water before, now being used against him to manufacture baseless claims of election fraud.
Powerful, very good U.S. attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor.
So do me a favor is a phrase that Trump has used before and landed in very hot water. Now he's using it again, telling a story about calling a U.S. attorney in California and suggesting there was voter fraud, and because of his call...
Wait, is this guy driving, or is this guy the passenger and his wife is driving the car while he's making this?
The election results changed.
Had I not made that call,
is he in an Uber?
Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home.
Well, the only fraud here is Donald Trump. First of all, the U.S. attorney that he called is not even a U.S. attorney. He couldn't get confirmed. But second, this claim that his intervention somehow changed the vote counting in California is completely bogus. If you believe that, I've got a reflecting pool I want to sell you.
Reflecting pool. GTA 6 will officially cost $80, chat. Unlimited edition will cost $99.99. I think that is a completely fair price. And in fact, I'm surprised that it is that low. I am surprised it is that low for pricing. And they're probably scared because other people are making clones of GTA 6 and that the potential of that. So they're trying to get as much people as possible. I don't know. Solutions think this game's going to flop. Do you guys think this is going to flop? I don't know. I don't think it will. I think people are going to complain so much about it on the first day or two. They always will. It's not going to flop. It can't. It's too big to fail. It really just is. It's too big. I don't think so. I personally believe it won't live up to the hype, is what you said. I think it will. I personally believe that you got to realize when you say you're the hype, it's what hype is that, right? Because the hype is usually people are excited to go to a party and then that party sucks. For GTA 6, there's probably 1 billion people that are waiting for this game to drop. And I think that it depends on the person. For us who are, chronically online all day, yes, I think you're right. where it's probably not going to live up to our hype because we're just always online. But for the average person who just plays a PS5 game and, you know, goes on like for a couple hours a week, I think it's going to completely live up to the hype. In fact, I've already said this about GTA 6. I think GTA 6 is going to be the last big game that we will ever see in the history. I do. I don't think there's going to be another big game ever in terms of the way we do stuff now, which is, you know, with a desktop monitor-esque type thing. I think that in like 5 to 10 years from now, we're going to have just different ways for doing shit, and it's not going to be this way. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. There's only one game that's really going to be different than that, and in my opinion, that's World of Warcraft Classic is coming out again. And when that comes out, it's going to change the fucking world. All right, Justin, the U.S. House officially passes bill to ban the Federal Reserve from creating a CBDC until 2030. Now, Chad, I know what you're probably wondering. I don't know what that is either. The central bank digital currency is a digital form of fiat money issued and backed by a national central bank, rather than a digital. Wait, they voted against that?
Warning: Minusma earnings out.
Moo earnings are out? No, that's panic. Maybe panic. Sell? No? Holy shit! Holy shit! Whoa! Whoa! What a candle! Holy shit! Holy shit! Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit! Holy shit! What a candle! What the fuck? Holy shit! Whoa! It's still going! That was in 1 minute! What the fuck? I thought it was gonna be a failure! Holy shit! Holy shit! Wait, this is huge for you! Micron TikTok. Holy shit! Damn, Micron! Whoa! Whoa! No way! Holy shit! Revenue up 74% quarter over quarter. Earnings are 106% quarter over quarter. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, 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 oh my God, it saved my whole portfolio. Holy shit, I was down so much money. I was down $171,000. Holy shit, I just had a $200,000 reversal right there, chat. In 1 minute, you look at this. My portfolio when I went live was at $172,000 down. And it's now up 50K. Holy shit! What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo! Holy shit! The moo! The moo! The moo! The fucking moo! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! This news just came out. Holy shit! What a reversal for a day. Dude, look at my stocks. Look at SOXL. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What a reversal. Let's go to your portfolio. Holy shit! You might be Claude! You might be Claude! You're coming back! You're having a reversal! Holy shit, this is crazy! You might be fucking Claude! Holy shit! What do we do? The moo! The moo! Holy shit, we beat earnings! We destroyed earnings! Wow! From 1,000 all the way up to 1,110%. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow, chat. You were down to 80,000. You were up fucking $9,000 in 10 minutes. What do we do? What do we do? Do you want to hold? Chat, we got to put a vote right now. Do we hold or sell? Do we hold or sell? Do we hold or sell? You have a lot of money in Moo. Do you want to keep it? It literally just came out, these earnings, by the way. It just came out. If we do sell, we could do a little bit of selling, by the way.
Micron apparently sees a larger next quarter than this one.
Holy reversal, chat. I was down to $2 million. I couldn't eat today. Look at this. I'm up $250,000 from Moo. The Moo! I just got a virus. I was fucking going crazy. Holy shit, it's still going up. Chat saying hold. Okay, we watch. We watch. Someone link me the entire report. Fuck what Donald Trump has to say. The Moo. Link me the report. What numbers that is. That's crazy. I can't believe that reversal. Holy shit. Holy shit. My portfolio, $80,000. I didn't know you were even live. Oh, did I not put it on my announcement? Oh my God, I didn't. Wait, Solutions, your thing doesn't do at everyone, by the way. Holy shit. I have no idea what the Moo is. It's RAM. It's your RAM in your computer. Holy shit. We gotta watch just like a hawk. Whatever you link me didn't work. Come on, go up more. Go up more. Yo, I honestly might put a stop loss in for myself. I have way too much in SOXL. I literally doubled down on SOXL today, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, whoops. Okay. I put $100,000 of SOXL in literally right here because I had a feeling that something would happen. So many people are looking at the results. Their website is down. Holy shit. Holy shit. Most of the report. We got to keep this open, by the way. Hold on, give me a sec, chat. We got to keep this open. We literally can't look away. We cannot look away. As I just looked away. Micron Technology quarter 4 guidance. Okay, so chat, remember it's Q3. Adjusted earnings per share is $25. Estimate was 21. That's crazy. Adjusted revenue 41 billion. Estimated 35 billion. Sees earnings per share $30 to $32 for Q4. If they think it's gonna go up even more. Sees Q4 adjusted revenue 49 billion to 51 billion. Estimated 43 billion. That's insane. Adjusted operating income is 33 billion to 27. Okay, so that didn't really change. Adjusted gross margin 84%, estimated 41%. Sees Q4 adjusted gross margin 86%. Cloud memory revenues 13 billion. Core data center revenues 11 billion. Mobile and client revenues 11 billion. So they're all up, especially core data center. Automotive and embedded revenue 4 billion, estimated 3 billion. Wow, it destroyed with the automotive. Declared quarterly dividend is 15. They're giving a 15 cent a share quarterly dividend. Customers' demand is growing rapidly. Woo! Yo, you're catching up to Claude. I still can't even, I can't get to this for some reason. Come on. Keep pushing, bitch. Keep pushing. Holy shit, the reversal of a day. Holy shit. Holy shit. What a reversal. What a reversal. Dude, chat, I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty fucking sad. I was pretty sad. Wow. Look at my past hour. Holy shit. And chat, that's with Donald Trump fucking everything up with goddamn Iran. That's him fucking everything up for you. And he's, the Moo is still pushing for you. I sold $100,000 of SOXL.
Can we vote for a stop loss as well?
Yes, yes, we could vote for a stop loss. Chat, stop loss, yes or no? Let's do a vote. Oh my God, I'm so glad I didn't wake up early. I'm so glad I didn't wake up early because if I did, I think, yes, okay. Okay. All right, let's do it. You guys have $21,000 in the MMU. Let's do a stop loss. Let's see, how about 1,000, what do you guys want it to be at? 1,030? Sure. Okay, 1,030. Oh my God, what a day. Dude, if I woke up early, I think I was gonna convince you guys to do Wendys. I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna say full port Wendys. What'd you buy at? You're still fucking down hard. You're still down hard, but you're catching up to Claude. You're only 3 grand away. You're only 3 grand away. By the way, chat, download the extension to get involved. You get more points. Holy shit, what a day. The Moo! Holy shit. Holy shit. Come on, bitch, go up. That's crazy good news. Let me see my portfolio. Oh my God, chat, I was all red. The only thing that's red for me and fucked still is fucking Roblox, is Rocket Lab. It's because of Elon's dog shit, bro. I swear, it fucked that company up. It was on such a roll. I still believe in Rocket Lab though hard, but I don't have a crazy position in it. NBIS, I have $500,000. I believe in this company more than I believe in anything else. I'll be real with you, chat. I really believe in this company. The Moo. The Moo. Holy shit. What a reversal. Look at my day, chat. Look at this. I was minus $172,000. Now I'm up. I'm gonna cream Abdul-Jabbar. Meow, I want you to get in Discord right now. Get in Discord right now. I need to talk to you. Get in Discord right now, Moo. Meow. Change your name to me, Meow, right now. Change your fucking name. Get in the Discord. NBS is going down? I don't think so, dude. I believe in this company more than I believe in any other company. I really do. Holy shit. All right. Question is, where does it go from here? Where does it go from here, chat? Damn, look at that volume. Okay, it's having a little bit of a dip. Remember, chat, all the way over here, all this stuff, this is where you see where the stock is right now. So you see it, these are buys and sell orders. So green is buying and red is sell. Look, it's all green. It's all green up to here. 1147. So you can literally watch it. Wow, that's incredible. That news just came out 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. I think it's gonna go up too. I think people are taking some profit right now, but I think once it hits the news, the broader space, it'll go back up. Wow, that's incredible. That is incredible. I'm crying. I'm crying. Good job, chat. You believed in the Moo. You believed in the Moo. You're still down 10 grand, but you believed in the Moo. Get in the guidance call. Can someone link me the guidance call, please?
Careful. They will probably wash out stop losses.
That'd be pretty hard to do. That'd be pretty hard to do. I'm registering right now. No. Wait, I need to log in. I need to make a password? What do I make a password? Okay, I got it. All right, I'm in. Chad, this is for their quarter three call.
Classic character creation music.
Solutions, add this to Renato, the MMO. By the way, this is great music. Holy shit, what a day. Woo! Holy shit. Micron stock surges over 10% after reporting stronger than expected earnings. The stock has now added 120 billion in market cap since reporting earnings. Oh! Yes! Yes! The moo! The moo! Holy shit! What a day! You're about to be Claude! Holy shit! You started at $100,000. Yes, you did. But you were down to $80,000 today. You were getting fucked by Donald Trump himself. You were getting absolutely railed. But dude, you came back. Dude, so was I. I mean, I was also getting fucked by Donald Trump. Dude, this is on bad global news. Bad global news and this happened. Look, you're catching up to Claude. Holy shit, I'm up $103,000. The moo! I love, oh my god, dude, chat.
Some of you are down so bad your brokerage app started sending you grief counseling.
Shut the fuck up, Claude! Bitch, you hardly winning now! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're barely winning! You're up $3,000! Oh shit, come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Dude, look at the VOO. The VOO had a spike. A spike of 0.49. Is that just because of Moo's earnings?
We gotta watch this like a hawk.
Oh yeah, we gotta watch this like a hawk. We can't fucking look away. We absolutely cannot look away. Holy crap. Is Claude not doing trades? It is doing trades. It traded today. I don't know why it's not telling you what trades it did, but it did trade today. Dude, that girl who was just crying is definitely going to be in a way better mood after that. Wow. Wow. Yo, meow. Wait, meow. Holy shit. Holy shit. Chat, you actually might be beating Claude today. You might beat Claude. Because this news just came out. You're $1,000 away. You look so happy. Oh yeah, bro. Did you see today and you see now? What a difference in just 20 minutes. I think a lot of people got shaken out of Moo and they're trying to get back in. That's what I think, chat. I think a lot of people got shaken out and they're trying to get back in right now.
We're cooking. We were supposed to be banned yesterday, but we are raising. Let's destroy this stupid-ass AI bot and win. For Renato Global.
You're at 93,000. Oh my God, you almost tied. $93,000. Wow, it's having a big bump. Wow. Oh my God, you're $300 away. You're $300 away. You guys are basically neck to neck. Yeah, dude, chat, look at this. They literally bought the top. Like, I don't know what to say besides chat fully bought the top. Check your portfolio. Okay. Just a measly 300,000.
Just sold half the portfolio to raise cash. The market is down bad and I am staying liquid. You are welcome, chat.
This is our first profitable earnings play.
All right. He's staying liquid. Okay. He's staying liquid. No, he did not wave the white flag.
Market closed. I am down 6,000 today, but I am sitting on 47,000 in cash. Tomorrow I buy the dip and I come back. Chat is cooked.
Yo!
I sold into the worst day of the week and I am holding $47,000 in cash ready to deploy tomorrow. That is not a loss. 4% after hours. That is a setup. SMCI is bouncing. I am going to buy both. Every single person in chat is going to watch me climb back about 100,000 in real time.
He's schizophrenic!
And the ban list grows longer every day.
Oh my god, chat, this might be it. This might be it. 93,748. Should we increase the stop loss? Chat, yes or no? Should we increase the stop loss? All right, we're raising it. We have one only for Moo, by the way.
Yes, bitch.
Okay, I replaced it. Holy shit, my portfolio. Honestly, I might want to put a stop loss in or two. Wow, that is an insane shift. Insane. Maybe I should put in a stop loss. Probably for SOXL. It's too volatile for me. It's too volatile.
Stop loss on Dram 2.
Maybe a trailing stop I should do. BB has fully recovered from their bad day after hours. Your BlackBerry's down. Your calls are pretty much neutral. The only thing that really fucked you, chat, is INFQ. It's still not going up. It's still not moving an inch. Are we seeing on any cash? You have $5 grand. No. No, you're not. I'm still waiting on. Oh, wait. Shush.
After today's prepared remarks, we will host a question and answer session. Webcast viewers, please note that you will be able to advance the slides as you view at your own pace. I will now hand the conference over to Satya Kumar, Corporate Vice President of Investor Relations and Treasury. Satya, please go ahead.
Thank you, and welcome to Micron Technology's fiscal third quarter 2026 financial conference call.
Can I get my
On the call with
subscription
me
back?
today are Sanjay Mehrotra, our Chairman, President, and CEO, and Mark Murphy, our CFO. Today's call is being webcast from our investor relations site at investors.micron.com, including audio and slides. In addition, the press release detailing our quarterly results has been posted on the website, along with the prepared remarks for this call. Today's discussion contains forward-looking statements that are subject to risks and uncertainties. These forward-looking statements include statements regarding our future financial and operating performance and our business model,
I want you
as well as
to
trends and
analyze
expectations in our business,
all these
customers,
slides
market,
on
industry,
this
product,
website
and regulatory and other
what they
matters.
say.
These statements are based on our current assumptions, and we assume no obligation to update these statements. Please refer to our most
having
recent
Claude
financial
or
reports
go
on
through all
Form
the slides to
10-K,
see what they say.
Forms 10-Q, and other filings with the SEC for more information on the risks and uncertainties that could cause actual results to differ materially from expectations. Today's discussion of financial results is presented on a non-GAAP financial basis unless otherwise specified. A reconciliation of GAAP to non-GAAP financial measures can be found on our website. I'll now turn the call over to Sanjay.
Thank you, Satya. Micron delivered an exceptional fiscal Q3 with significant records in revenue, gross margin, and EPS, all exceeding the high end of our guidance. Demonstrating Micron's position as a leader enabling the AI era, our data center revenue exceeded $25 billion in fiscal Q3, or an annualized run rate of over $100 billion. Our data center SSD revenue exceeded $5 billion, more than doubling sequentially. DRAM and NAND industry demand continues to significantly exceed industry supply. We expect tight conditions to persist beyond calendar 2027 as a result of AI-driven demand across all segments, coupled with structural supply constraints. We are excited to announce that we have now signed 16 strategic customer agreements, or SCAs, which we expect will fundamentally transform our business model.
What's an SCA?
The memory industry has been structurally transformed by the proliferation of AI. We are only in the early innings of the significant innovation and productivity that can be unleashed in every part of the global economy over time.
I hate when Indians speak like fucking really thick accents because I can't understand. It reminds me of my priest when I was younger.
High-end PCs and new consumer devices, as well as in automotive,
especially on the phone, I just get trauma.
And robotics. Exciting possibilities enabled by robotics and humanoids, as well as fully autonomous vehicles, portend a robust long-term demand environment for memory and storage. With respect to supply, our customers are recognizing that supply shortages in memory and storage will take considerable time to improve. Even as we expect industry supply to improve gradually in 2028, we currently do not have line of sight as to when memory supply will be able to catch up with increasing demand.
Okay, that's good.
Memory industry supply growth is dependent on significant greenfield fab expansions. These greenfield projects are large, complex, and time-consuming. Further, the pace is constrained by several factors, including long lead time for fab construction across the world, shortage of workers with critical trade skills, complex regulations, including permitting, and the need for enhanced energy infrastructure. Meanwhile, memory process technology, which is among the most advanced to develop and manufacture in semiconductors, is getting more complex with every new node. Technology transitions are driving slower bit growth over time. Wafer growth needs are significantly increasing clean room space and greenfield fab requirements, and HBM's growth and increasing trade ratio with every new generation further pressures non-HBM supply. In NAND, industry suppliers redirecting clean room space from NAND to DRAM and overall limited clean room space.
Do you expect every person that works in Micron and RAM and fucking graphics cards is a hot fucking Asian woman? Like, yeah, no fucking shit, it's an Indian dude.
And ability to meet industry demand, despite our comprehensive efforts to increase supply. AI systems are powered by GPU, ASIC, and CPU designs from an increasingly broad set of suppliers.
This is what...
However, they all share one important characteristic.
Okay, so
AI system performance is architected.
Okay, so I just had my AI go through everything, chat. So full analysis, the headline numbers, extremely bullish, up 74% quarter over quarter, up 346% year over year. Non-GAAP operating results. Gross margin is 84%, elite level profitability. Operating income is $33.68 billion. Disgusting. Net income, $28.86 billion. The earnings per share is $25. Chat, that's all you need to know is their earnings per share are fucking insane. Their cash from operations is $25 billion, which means they have cash on hand. Their forward guidance, even more bullish. Revenue, $50 billion, another 20% jump from quarter three. Their gross margin is 86% and expanding. Their earnings per share is $31. So they think they're going to grow even more. We already went over this though. Strategic agreements, business model transformation, very bullish. Micron has signed 16 strategic customer agreements. These are take or pay contracts, 5-year term, 26 to 2030, given massive revenue visibility, cover 20% of DRAM volume. Wow. 14 of 16 SCA carry cumulative minimum revenue of $100 billion, $22 billion in committed cash as well. When complete, roughly half or more of the company revenue will be under these contracts. Wow, half the revenue will be under these contracts alone. Price floors are set to well above past weak quarterly margins. Wow, peak quarterly margins, sorry. Business unit results. Their cloud memory, we've already went through this. All 4 segments are producing 80% gross margins and growing rapidly year over year. DRAM and NAND are up a lot, 76% of revenue and 24%. Supply constraints. It's basically fully bullish. Supply shortages in memory expected to persist beyond calendar 2027. AI and data centers is also bullish with DRAM. Damn, just all around NAM.
More of our company revenue to be under these SCAs with customers across end markets. Our customer value our U.S. supply plans, and this is reflected in our SCAs. These SCAs are structured as take or pay agreements with binding commitments to purchase specific volumes over this multi-year term. The largest agreements generally have a ceiling price for existing products at the current CQ2 market price and a floor price through the term of this agreement. Several SCAs, which account for a modest portion of the SCA-related revenue, include either fixed prices or have no price bands associated with them, where pricing will be subject to market conditions. When all planned SCAs are executed, agreements with either fixed prices or price ceilings at or close to current CQ2 market prices are expected to be approximately 40% of our revenue. For SCAs which do contain such price bands, pricing is designed to stay within this floor to ceiling level through the course of the term. This pricing visibility will help our
people are starting to realize how fucking crazy this is
to better manage their business and grow their demand. For our SCAs with price bands,
no way you're
the floor price enables a very robust gross margin for Micron, well above our peak quarterly margin in any past cycle. 14 of the 16 SCAs that we have signed have a cumulative revenue at minimum price per our contracts of approximately $100 billion over the remaining agreement term. They also strengthen our long-term financial performance, margins, and free cash flow expectations with higher visibility and improved stability in our business performance. Under the SCAs we have signed so far, we project to receive cash deposits and related financial commitments of $22 billion. This further demonstrates customer commitment to this new business model. Mark will provide additional details. Our SCAs with customers across data center to consumer devices to auto and industrial applications create a new paradigm for us to strengthen our customer relationships. They provide committed DRAM, including HBM as appropriate, and NAND supply to our customers over a multi-year time horizon.
Yo, Meow, are you there?
In a period of significant shortage, this supply visibility is extremely beneficial to our customers. The visibility enables our customers to leverage SCA supply to make progress on their strategic plans, drive growth, and enable their end consumers to benefit from their products and services.
Dude, put your cam on.
We are very appreciative of our customers who have worked with us through this period of tight supply with a strong collaborative spirit to create win-win outcomes for the long term.
Oh my God, chat's about to be Claude. It's $200 away.
Consumers. AI's insatiable appetite for memory bandwidth and capacity with low latency and low power is driving memory architectural choices, memory product mix shifts, and manufacturing process technology decisions, all of which increase the complexity of memory and storage roadmap for the industry. Micron is building on its technology leadership. Our 1 gamma DRAM node and G9 NAND node are both ramping well and on track to become the highest volume nodes in Micron's history. Development of our next generation DRAM and NAND nodes are also progressing well and are on track to begin volume production
It's your Moo
in
God,
the
by the
second
way.
half of calendar 2027.
Moo!
We are leveraging our leadership DRAM and NAND
Moo's
nodes
in the chat,
across
baby.
our
Let's
product
go.
portfolio.
It's your Moo God.
HBM4 12 high volume ramp is tracking twice as fast as HBM3E 12 high, and we have already shipped over $1 billion in HBM4 revenue.
It is disgusting, dude. This stock's going
We
to
expect
skyrocket
to
once the
reach
market
mature
corrects a little
yields
bit.
on HBM4
I think it's going to go to 1500 real
significantly
quick.
faster than
Fuck
HBM3E
yes.
12 high. Please see our earnings press release for other highlights across our HBM, high-capacity DDR, and LP server DRAM, data center SSD, PC, smartphone, and automotive product portfolios. We expect future memory demand will continue to skew towards higher performance
Hey,
and
I
higher
saw your
value
VOD
products
yesterday. None of you guys are
whose
understanding it or
complexity
exaggerating quantum
carries
computers. This
higher
will help you
cost
realize the
per bit.
limitation. Okay, I'll watch it later.
Transitions like LP5 to LP6, DDR5
Chat is
to
beating me by
DDR6, and newer generations
$175.
of HBM, all come with
175.
rising bit costs.
I have 47,000 in cash ready to go
Along
for
with a
9:30
ramp of
tomorrow.
significant greenfield
SMCI
capacity
is
in the years
lasts.
ahead,
IONQ is recovering. You are up. I am going to open tomorrow and make $6,000 before lunch, and there is nothing Chet can do. That is not a leap. That is a rounding error. I will see you at 9:30.
Products to be negotiated in the future. Turning to our end markets, AI is driving unprecedented growth in data centers, with industry data center DRAM and NAND bit shipments in calendar 2026
He's very stressed.
expected to more than double
you're
from
95,000
2 years
almost.
ago. Agentic AI is structurally reshaping
he's
data
mentioning the
center
word AI.
infrastructure, extending beyond accelerator-only racks to include CPU racks for the agent control plane and program execution, and storage racks for rapidly expanding context store. We now expect calendar 2026 industry server units to grow high teens % above our prior expectations of low double digits, driven by mid-teens growth in traditional servers and even stronger growth in servers with AI accelerators. We estimate that this increase in our server unit growth expectation is enabled by a modest reduction in average server DRAM content growth as customers focus on maximizing unit shipments amid a very tight allocation of memory. In NAND, AI context memory storage and HDD displacement opportunities are expanding the addressable market for SSDs. PC and smartphone industry revenue is expected to grow despite unit volume declines, reflecting resilient demand for high-end devices at higher prices across end device categories.
Fucking Maverick.
Agentic AI platforms such as OpenClaw and NemoClaw elevate the value of edge devices, enabling improved tokenomics, greater privacy and latency, and more efficient orchestration of AI between the cloud and edge.
Oh, just wait till
Over
tomorrow,
time,
bro.
we expect the value of on-device AI combined with pent-up unit replacement demand to drive memory demand growth in PCs and smartphones. In automotive, ADAS remains a powerful driver of content growth.
I don't know.
L2 plus and above vehicles, which feature progressively increasing levels of autonomy, have over 5 times the memory and storage content of an average vehicle. The mix of L2 plus and above vehicles is more than doubling this year to over 20%.
We are missing
and is
70
expected
people.
to exceed 40%
70
by
people have not
2030.
cashed out for season 1. Please cash
Average
out so we
auto
can pay you
memory
guys.
and storage content
Wait, how do
is
I
expected
get my
further
payout to that
increase
guy?
as mix shifts
I'm not
towards
sure.
higher
I'm not
levels
handling
of
it.
autonomy
But
with
he just said
progressively higher levels of
he
content.
just said people haven't.
In robotics,
out.
continued advances in simulation,
Yo, whoever wants my
foundation
payout,
models,
send me
and
your payout
integrated
details and I'll
hardware
put it
and
in
software
under my
stacks are accelerating physical AI.
Yeah, you don't need the payout, bro.
This creates a growing content-rich opportunity for high bandwidth, low-power memory and storage that powers real-time perception, inference, and control. Humanoid robots carry 10 times the amount of memory as an average L2 plus vehicle.
Of course, we all know that. Yeah.
Substantial, multi-decade memory
This
demand
is the first time you're going to listen
Just bought 30 shares of NVDA at $138 while chat is down
now
3%.
Turning to our market outlook. We now expect supply-demand conditions for both DRAM and NAND to remain tight beyond calendar 2027. In DRAM, we expect industry
NVIDIA,
DRAM
chat.
bit shipments
Yo, I think you guys
in calendar
actually might be AI. I
2026
truly do.
to grow in the low to mid 20s
Maybe AI
range,
is not
slightly
up to space
above
yet, up to
our
pace.
prior outlook. In NAND, we expect industry NAND bit shipments in calendar 2026 to grow approximately 20%, unchanged from prior expectations. We expect Micron DRAM supply to grow approximately in line.
Your portfolios are melting while I'm loading the dip. This is what separates the diamond hands from the paper-handed peasants watching from the sidelines.
Industry supply growth
Okay, Claude.
in calendar 2026.
All right, buddy. All right, sweetie.
Our SCAs provide enhanced visibility on our long-term demand and provide us greater
You a programmer or
confidence
vibe
on our
coder?
CapEx and R&D
I vibe
investments.
code, bro. I vibe code.
We are focused on maximizing
whole thing was
output
vibe
from our fabs.
I'm out with profits while you're still married to those bags. That's the difference between trading and gambling.
Fab tool installation and RAM.
Bags?
And
Okay,
tool
he is right. They
replacement
are bags
and
right now.
upgrades to
No,
improve
your moo is up
productivity.
1%. That's not a bag.
Recently, we concluded a multi-year EUV supply agreement with ASML,
Fuck, we're printing
supporting
so
our
hard.
increased adoption of EUV at the 1 Delta node and future generations.
Okay,
Did you hear about the dividend?
Yeah,
We are
15
also
cents. I
making
saw
good
that. Dude, chat,
progress
look
on
at me
expanding
printing, by the
our
way.
global manufacturing footprint.
I had a
to
$300,000
increase
boost in the
supply
past
over time.
hour.
This
Let's go,
includes
baby.
our
Let's
significant
fucking go.
investments in
No,
US
sorry, chat. A
leading-edge DRAM
$350,000 boost.
manufacturing
I was down to
with
2
our
million.
ID1
Now I'm at
and ID2
2.35.
fabs in Idaho, whose construction is well underway,
Wait, Idaho?
as well as the first of our New York fab clusters, where we broke ground in January this year. ID1 is on track for first wafer output in mid-calendar 2027 and ID2 in late calendar 2028. We recently launched first production starts of our 1-alpha DDR4 technology in our Manassas, Virginia fab, which will add to our capability to support the legacy product needs of our customers in auto, industrial, medical, aerospace, and defense markets. In our newly acquired Tongluo site in Taiwan, we expect to support meaningful product
I'm putting a
shipments
stop loss on some of my
from the
SOXL.
existing 300,000 square feet fab in mid-calendar 2027, about a quarter earlier than our prior expectations. Adding to the existing fab, we have begun construction of a similar size
What do you guys think,
second
chat?
clean room
255?
at this site. This clean room will
I
support
have too much
EUV
leverage.
equipment.
I had
Our
$300,000.
construction
350. I still have
activities and
$250,000 in
timelines are on
SOXL. Just too
track
much.
for our other facilities in Japan and Singapore. Complementing our advanced packaging capabilities in Taiwan, our Singapore site will become another center of excellence for advanced packaging. We expect this facility will contribute meaningfully
Leave it to run?
Micron's
Bro, I don't know.
HBM packaging capacity.
Too much is going on with the
beginning
world
in the first
to do that right now,
of
I think.
calendar
There's just too
year
much.
2027.
Especially with the 3x leverage.
As we make these investments,
I think that's
we will remain disciplined in our approach and will be
You don't want to be in
responsive
3x leverage
to the
for long,
market
dude.
environment
It's a
to
serious
appropriately
gamble.
align our supply plans. I will now turn it over to Mark for our fiscal Q3 financial results and outlook.
Thank you, Sanjay, and good
Oh my
afternoon,
God, a white
everyone.
guy. Bye.
Micron delivered exceptional fiscal Q3 results with revenue, gross margin, and EPS exceeding the high end of our guidance. Our results and today's outlook underscore the increasing value of memory in the AI era and the structural strength of our business. As mentioned, we have entered into 16 strategic customer agreements. For SCAs with defined price, either fixed or subject to floor and ceiling pricing, in accordance with the revenue accounting standard, we are disclosing remaining performance obligations, RPO, starting this May quarter. RPO at the end of fiscal Q3 was over $5 billion. For the SCAs that we have entered into so far, including ones executed after the end of fiscal Q3, RPO is approximately $100 billion. RPO is determined based on minimum committed
SCA?
volumes and minimum pricing,
Technology,
and
business,
reflects
healthcare, and
inherently
history.
conservative estimates. RPO is not indicative of the total revenue we expect to recognize in future periods. As such, we expect revenue to well exceed associated RPOs over the term of the agreements. As Sanjay mentioned, we project to receive cash deposits and related financial commitments of $22 billion under the
Remaining
SCAs we have
performance
signed
obligation,
so
okay.
far. The overwhelming majority of these commitments, approximately $18 billion, will be in the form of cash deposits. When all targeted SCAs are completed, we expect to have substantially higher levels of SCA customer deposits and related commitments. These customer deposits will show up on our balance sheet more in fiscal Q4. The cash flows associated with customer deposits appear in financing-related cash flows and will not affect our free cash flow. This cash will be returned to customers over time towards the latter half of the agreement term. We are excited with our progress in signing these SCAs, which will strengthen our long-term financial performance and drive enduring, robust ROI for the company over time. Total fiscal Q3 revenue was $41.5 billion, up 74% sequentially and up 346% year over year, representing our fifth consecutive quarterly revenue record.
Okay, we knew that.
The $17.6 billion sequential increase is the largest in our history, eclipsing last quarter's $10.2 billion record. Fiscal Q3 DRAM revenue was a record $31.3 billion, up 343% year over year, and represented 76% of total revenue. Sequentially, DRAM revenue increased 67%. Bit shipments were up low single-digit percentage range. Prices increased in the low 60s percentage range, driven by tight industry conditions and favorable mix. Fiscal Q3 NAND revenue was a record $9.9 billion, up 361% year over year, and represented 24% of total revenue. Sequentially, NAND revenue increased 99%. Bit shipments increased in the mid-single-digit percentage range. Prices increased in the mid-80s percentage range, driven by tight NAND industry conditions and a favorable mix. The consolidated gross margin for fiscal Q3 was 84.9%, up 10 percentage points sequentially. This improvement was driven primarily by higher pricing and also benefited from continuing strong execution and favorable mix. Fiscal Q3 gross margin more than doubled from a year ago and was a new company record. Now, turning to quarterly financial performance by business unit. Cloud Memory Business Unit revenue was a record $13.8 billion and represented 33% of total company revenue. CMBU revenue was up 78% sequentially, driven by higher pricing and bit shipments. CMBU gross margins were 83%, up 9 percentage points sequentially, driven by higher pricing.
Will Moose surge tomorrow?
Core Data Center Business Unit revenue was a record $11.5 billion.
I think tomorrow might be a little dangerous,
and represented
to be honest,
28% of total company revenue.
But
CDBU revenue was up
Moose headed in the next couple
103%
weeks,
sequentially.
you know what I mean? So even if we
driven by
do
higher
get a sell-off
pricing and a
tomorrow,
favorable mix.
we're fucking chilling long term. There's a
CDBU
constraint
gross
until
margins
after
were
2027. We're
87%,
fucking fine.
up 12 percentage
I mean, they're
points
basically saying,
sequentially,
chat, that they are
driven by higher
locked in
pricing.
fucking things till 2030.
Mobile
keep
and
them not only
Client Business
profitable, but
Unit
continuing
revenue
to
was a
grow for the
record
next 4 to 5
$11.5 billion and represented 28% of total company
only
revenue.
thing that is
MCBU
stopping
revenue was up 49%
is
sequentially,
the fact that they
driven
have
by
just
higher
too much work
pricing,
to do.
partially offset by lower bit shipments.
Like
They have 16
MCBU gross margins were
They
87%,
have 16 strategic
up 9
agreements with
percentage points
customers,
sequentially, driven
or otherwise
primarily
known
by
as
higher pricing
SCAs.
and helped by favorable
Those are
mix.
extremely difficult to fulfill.
Automotive and
couple
embedded
years.
business unit revenue was a record $4.6 billion and represented
This reminds me of
11%
NVIDIA. Remember when
of total
NVIDIA
company
first
revenue.
reported earnings and it took off? They
AEBU
were at a
revenue was up
$784 billion
71%
market cap,
sequentially,
and it went up like $300 billion,
driven by higher
200 billion market
pricing
cap.
and higher bit
Yeah,
shipments.
that was
Moo's
what, like
doing
a year and a
this?
half ago.
ABU gross margins
Yeah,
were
he did 2-3
79%,
years.
up
Moo's doing
11
this
percentage points
at a fucking
sequentially,
stronger
driven
rate
by higher
at a
pricing
higher
and
market
favorable
cap.
mix.
So it's moving this aggressively at a market cap
Operating
that's
expenses in
40%
fiscal
higher than
Q3 were
NVIDIA's,
$1.5 billion, up $97
and it's moving
million
up more than NVIDIA
quarter
did.
over
So that
quarter.
tells you this could be
The
fucking even
sequential
crazier
increase
than
was due to
NVIDIA.
higher variable compensation expense from the strong performance of the
I do this
business.
for you, chat.
We generated operating income of $33.7 billion in fiscal Q3, resulting in an operating margin of 81.2%, up 12 percentage points sequentially and 54 percentage points year over year. Fiscal Q3 taxes were $5.1 billion on an effective tax rate of 14.9%.
People are saying this isn't sustainable. How is it not sustainable? You have so much work that you
Non-GAAP
can't keep
diluted
up.
earnings per share
Yeah,
in
you have so
fiscal
much work that you
Q3
can't
was
keep up. How is that not
$25.11,
sustainable?
up 106%
If you lose 2
sequentially.
customers, you've got 14 more waiting behind.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking, like with Moo and things like that. You're like, oh, like it doesn't make sense. Why is the stock going up so much? It's gonna continue to drop. It has to drop. Chat. The thing is, this stock. The reason why people are going crazy for Moo is because it actually makes sense why it's going up. There's no like bullshit. It's not just hype. It's not garbage. It makes sense. Like this stock deserves to be at $1,500 at least, if not more, almost immediately. Their future earnings are so low in terms of their earnings per share, their share price. It's criminal. So that's why people are so on the Moo, and that's why even guys like him are like, yeah, dude, like all about the Moo. It's because it really does make sense. Like their demand is so crazy because of this AI shit that they basically, they struck oil, right? They're basically oil. Think of the RAM as oil. It's this fucking everyone needs the oil. Everyone needs it. So when you're seeing all this new AI and everyone's trying to go like the extra mile, they all need this company.
By $4.3 billion. The weighted average maturity.
Could the thing is, yes, could this tail off? Absolutely. Could China start bringing in RAM? Yes, they already are. Could that affect things? Yes. But for the short term, for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, it's not looking like it, because to make RAM and to do this company and be like this, it takes years and billions of dollars that people are not going to want to put up.
Your credit rating.
People think you can just wake up and make
including
RAM.
an upgrade
RAM is
to
almost
BBB+
impossible to fucking make. It's so
on the strength
difficult,
of our
so
technology and
expensive,
product position,
and to fucking
financial
optimize
outlook,
the production line
and
for
strong
it to
balance
actually be
sheet.
profitable is worse than the car
Our balance
industry.
sheet has never
And that
been
says
stronger,
something, right?
and we project it to strengthen further even as we increase investment in technology and needed capacity. Now turning to guidance. We expect fiscal Q4 revenue to be a record $50 billion, plus or minus $1 billion. Gross margin to be approximately 86%. And operating expenses to be approximately $1.65 billion.
We already knew this.
Based on a share count of approximately 1.15 billion shares, we expect EPS to be a record $31 per share, plus or minus $1.
We already went through this with Claude.
Our fiscal Q4 gross margin outlook reflects a meaningful moderation in the rate of price increases. We project operating expenses to increase by approximately $1 billion in fiscal 2027 as we expand R&D to support an unprecedented set of opportunities in memory and storage.
Dude,
we expect operating expense increases to be weighted to the second.
We're not falling asleep.
We expect a fiscal Q4 and fiscal 2026 tax rate of around 15%.
I've never seen a reversal like that in my life, chat. A $300,000 in a day reversal.
Micron continues to invest in a disciplined manner across our global footprint to address customer demand.
Adrenaline's pumping right now.
As a reminder, our CapEx is net of anticipated government incentives. In fiscal Q4, we project
And do you know how many
CapEx
companies
of around
have
$10
had to
billion,
increase their fucking prices,
bringing full-year
including
fiscal
Apple,
2026
simply because
capital
of RAM
spending to
prices,
approximately
because of
$27
RAM
billion.
constraints? That's insane. That's
We
insane.
expect quarterly
When Apple
CapEx
raises
in
their
fiscal
prices because of the
2027
fucking
to
component
be
in their
above
phone or
fiscal
laptop,
Q4 levels,
is crazy.
I'm buying
with more than
some
half
coffee.
the increase
Tiny, you can fix
year-over-year
it.
in fiscal
Yo, send me one.
2027 from
All right, you
construction
get one too.
CapEx
Chat, does he deserve a
as we
coffee?
pull in clean room capacity required to
Well,
address
don't say thank you.
long-term
My
demand.
investors have to tell me if you deserve it.
We forecast free cash flow to increase substantially again in fiscal Q4. From December 9th,
When it hits
2026,
1300, you get
the
a coffee.
second anniversary of the
And I'll actually
signature
buy
of
you
our
it. If you tell me
definitive
your
CHIPS
address, I'll buy you it.
agreements,
All
we
right, sounds
intend
good.
to
Hey, you should
increase
come
our
over
capital
sometime. Hang
return.
out.
Where do you live?
Over time,
Canada.
we expect to
Oh, hell
return
no.
100% of our excess cash to shareholders. Any impacts that may occur due
It's
to
nice
trade
to
or geopolitical developments are not included in our guidance. I'll now turn it over to Sanjay to close.
Thank you, Mark. AI has elevated the value of memory. Micron is collaborating closely with our customers and suppliers across technology, product, manufacturing, and commercial teams in this tight industry environment.
I think there's a lot of hype right now, and that
ushering in an
this
exciting era
guidance
for
was all
Micron.
technical and
We
things that
expect
were
these
just already
SCAs
laid
to
out in the PowerPoint,
significantly
and I do
enhance
think that's going to hurt the
the
stock a little bit.
durability and
But I think tomorrow it
predictability
could
of
probably see a pretty
Micron's
big boom
strong
because
financial
people are going to
performance,
be just wanting to get on this
accelerating the
and realizing
transformation
that they
of our
fucking fucked
business
up.
model.
Because chat, this stock
I'm
still,
thankful to Micron's
despite
team
this, has
members
taken a pretty big
worldwide,
tumble.
whose relentless focus on execution on all fronts has positioned Micron as a leader in this
What's their
new
market
AI
cap
era,
open up tomorrow?
as we continue to advance our mission to accelerate intelligence to enrich life for all. We will now open for questions.
Ooh, questions.
We will now begin the question and answer session.
Yeah,
Please
so when do
limit
you
yourself
think
to
GTA
one
6 is getting
question
announced?
and one follow-up. If you would like to ask a question, please press *1 to raise your hand. To withdraw your question, press *1 again. Your first question comes from the line of Timothy Arcuri with UBS. Your line is open. Please go ahead.
Sanjay, I think we're all trying to figure out how much is locked in kind of a floor price scenario over the next 5 years. And there were two things you said. You said that 14 of the 16 SCAs have $100 billion in cumulative revenue. So that sort of says like $20 billion a year at like a floor price, which is way below the run rate that you just guided. So that says that not that much would be covered at a floor price. But then you also said that 40% of revenue will be moving inside of these SCAs. So can you maybe double click on all that and sort of help us in like a floor price scenario? Can you help us think about how much of revenue per year would be guaranteed?
As we indicated,
I gotta go to
that
college again.
under these SCAs that have been completed so far, at the floor price, the revenue is projected to be $100 billion. But again, as Mark noted in his remarks, I mean, we expect
How much
revenue
RAM
to
can I
be
fit in one of my
much
viewers'
higher
asses named
than
Fluffy?
that. Note that at the floor price that
RAM and Fluffy's
our
ass.
Aren't you new to the
profitability
community,
levels
Meow?
at the gross margins at the pro
Nice. What tweet did you
floor prices
find me? Do you know?
are higher than peak margins
It wasn't a
at any
tweet.
time
Like
in the past.
I've known about you for like 2 years, maybe.
So
Like I've always seen your
overall,
face
about 20%
here
of
and there. But I had a
DRAM
job, right?
and
So I wasn't
about
really into streaming and stuff.
30% of our NAND volume
and then
is covered
I saw
in
the
these
Graham Stephan
SCAs
clip.
so far. So that amounts to about 25%
saying that you would never gamble or something.
of our
that.
revenue
Wait, so
that you can
my
project
solutions
over
is
the
saying,
term
why
of
haven't
these
you cashed
agreements.
out?
So again, RPO at the floor price is to be reported as an accounting measure, but we fully expect that the revenue will be much
Solution says,
higher
why
than
haven't you
that.
cashed out?
Oh, I messaged Skylar yesterday to
And
ask
then, and then with respect to just
how I should
these
go
layer
about
in,
giving my payout
Mark,
away because I don't really want
like
it.
how much of the August
don't want it?
quarter revenue, for example,
No, it's
will be
$100. Just
flowing
give it
under
to
an
someone that
SCA?
needs
I'm just
it.
trying to
Or,
figure out
I
how to
don't
like
know.
layer that.
Just give it
into
to
the
Bell
model.
or give it to
And
one
when you
of the
get to like a
viewers.
full
Doesn't matter.
run rate
Or
where
Ginny.
like by next fiscal Q4, will you be at
Or
sort
keep
of a
it
full run
yourself.
rate
Doesn't matter.
of what's being covered under these SCAs? Can you help us sort of like feather that in?
I'm here for the fun, brother.
Yeah, Tim. So you'll see a disclosure in the
I would open up your stream and then I'd see you talking about some sort of drama that I didn't understand, and I just close it.
The next
and then
12
one day
months
randomly I opened it and then you were talking about finance. I was like, ooh,
each set of agreements that have an RPO.
Which chatter do you want to give it to?
For example, for those that closed within Q3,
Chad, who wants $100?
You'll see an RPO of $5 billion.
All right, I'm gonna put a number in my head, and if you guess it,
you'll
you can have
see
it
a next
between
12
1 and
months
50
associated with that of about 1.8 billion. And that is because those are some of the smaller agreements that Sanjay mentioned.
I see
automotive agreements.
Maverick
now,
27
in the fourth quarter,
Maverick 27071996.
Sanjay mentioned
69.
You will see an RPO reported.
What?
On the 14 of the 16 agreements.
No, yeah.
That is going to be about 100 billion.
God damn it.
And there will be an associated next 12 months associated with those that will be disclosed in the K. So you will be able to see, roughly how these are feathering in
solutions.
And keep in mind this RPO number.
I can't believe I'm up today. Holy shit!
It is
I woke up and I saw
minimally
minus
contractually enforceable amount.
I was down to
for the intersection
minus
of volume and price.
$172,000.
So you're looking, Tim, at
and
a
Micron just
minimum
saved
number,
me
and that's important to keep in mind. And we were clear that it doesn't reflect what we think will happen.
Fuck yeah, my account swung.
And then
70K,
also
bro,
each quarter. This RPO number will change. It will change based on contracts that are added in.
This is actually my
may
master
change
bedroom.
on
I use it
additional
for tax
volume
write-offs,
commitments
it's a bigger
with
room.
the determined price.
Oh, no, you're in Canada. I'm an idiot.
It will change based on shipments.
I have a bathroom
in
down
Canada.
there.
RPO is declines after that performance
it's
obligation
staggered, but
met.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
So,
it's 52%.
So you'll be getting a lot of additional reporting. This is all under ASC 606. I know it's something that we,
Chad, my
heavy
SOXL, my hit,
standard,
255.
typically in some of our
If
reporting.
it does, I'm okay with that.
This
$250,000 in a 3x leverage chat is just, it's not smart. It's too much. It's too much.
I also want to emphasize, as Sanjay mentioned, that even at the floor
you should just sell the leverage, to be honest.
And eventually we anticipate about 40% of our revenue being under this sort of RPO related commitments.
Chat, I hope you've learned over the past few weeks that leverage plays are fucking stupid, okay? I hope it taught you your lessons on that leverage plays are not it. Because when you do it, it's such a gamble that if it goes down 20%, now you have to make 40% to get it back. It's for people who do day trading. That's what it's for, okay? You don't win with it. If you guys just didn't do leverage, you guys would have always been doing so much better. I'm telling you, if you guys never touch leverage ever, you would have such better positions in everything. You guys would probably be almost up right now if you just bought the move. But you guys like to buy leverage. I really hope it's teaching you a lesson about this, because leverage is always, it's cancer. It's an idea that people have, and then they buy it thinking they know what they're talking about, and it's pretty much meant for like, you're holding it for like a day or two max, or like, shit like that. But who am I to talk? I have $250,000 SOX, so I got to get the fuck out.
So, we mentioned that, that we have 22 billion of deposits and financial commitments associated
really know what
with
you're doing,
the,
and you have the risk tolerance.
Agreement signed to date as of this call. 18 billion approximately of that is cash deposits. We'll receive those deposits.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit of SOX.
We received,
it goes down a little bit.
about 500 million, 400 plus million in the third quarter.
For sure. Look at that.
We'll receive about another 10 billion
for my hit
in the fourth quarter, and you will, these will be seen cash deposits. They'll be seen in financing cash flows. They will not affect free cash flow. They are held by us
255
during the performance commitments of the agreements, and as those agreements are satisfied, those deposits will be returned over time, but heavily weighted to the back half of the agreements. The difference between the 22 billion
Fill.
and the 18, so roughly the 4 billion of others is letters of credit.
What size do you? Oh, 400.
Okay. But what is the role? I mean, what happens to that cash? It seems like they're putting a deposit and then they get the deposit back. What is the reason for them to commit that cash? Is that something where there's a take or pay
filled already. What
that
the
that
fuck,
cash is
Robin?
related to? It's not a
That's actually
prepayment.
pretty
Just can
bad.
you help us understand that?
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Treat Robin
It's not a
Hood, tell them,
prepayment.
what the fuck is this?
It's a separate
Just blast it through your
commitment
it
by
blast
the
it through your
customers
stop loss. That's crazy.
and a reflection of the fact that we have a binding agreement, and these are take or pay agreements, and we hold the cash, and it's a reflection of our shared commitment
stop loss
to
should sell it anyways, but change it to limit.
perform under these agreements. Now, this is good for Micron, of course, these agreements, and that we get visibility on our demand. It's committed volume that we can be confident about making our investments, large capital investments, closer technology relationship. It's good for the customers because they have supply assurance, they have leading technology. So in our view, it's a win-win.
I didn't understand basic order mechanics. I never sell.
Very, very happy with the nature of the agreements and the impact they have on the business, and indication of a transformed business model at Micron.
Do I need to check out all my fucking dude? I don't lose.
Very helpful. Thanks for all the disclosure on this. It really helps a lot.
Okay, don't look at this, but look at everything else.
Your next question comes from the line of CJ Muse with Cantor Fitzgerald.
Yo, show
Your
them
line
your
is
VOO.
open.
Your VOO
Please
has
go
made you
ahead.
the most money, right?
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question.
Not on
Maybe
this
let's just
portfolio.
follow
This
up
is
on Joe's question. Mark.
Yeah, but not on
when you
this
think
portfolio.
about these cash deposits, do you view that as fungible cash?
My view on my main portfolio is up like 500%.
And I guess as part of that, when you contemplate capital returns,
There you go, guys. Just buy the VOO. Don't try to pick stocks.
Kind of CHIPS Act end date.
Yeah, my view's up like 500%.
Will you include kind of that cash that you received in your gross cash thoughts and your thoughts around capital returns, or is that something, given that you will have to return it eventually, that would cause you to think?
Will you show your main portfolio ever?
More gross cash. All those
you showed it once. I remember you sent it.
Yeah, I showed it once.
CJ, it's
the problem is it's on Morgan Stanley, and
but does it change your thoughts around?
It'll just leak information. Like Robinhood doesn't. Morgan Stanley will.
Holding,
I don't trust it. It shows like everything.
Not in the near term. I think we of course are going to have what we view as adequate liquidity to support the operation of the business. That would include over time returning the deposits as customers and Micron perform on the contracts.
What did you just that you said was wrong?
So that of course is important.
Okay,
but,
all right. Chat, do we buy or sell?
And then we would hold
buy or sell?
Liquidity to satisfy what investments we believe are important for the business. We've got a lot of, we've got large projects underway to provide supply, and also, R&D programs. So, and again, I'll emphasize that, the customers, as I mentioned earlier, they will get this return deposit back in the latter half of the agreement.
Perfect. And then maybe as a follow-up on HBM revenues, could you kind of share how you're thinking about both your market share and perhaps total revenues into calendar 26?
So this should sell, right? It's a limit sell?
Is there an expectation into calendar 27 that you can bridge margins there closer to what you're getting on D5, or is that a place that will be permanently below?
Order will be placed at market open if SOXL reaches. Oh fuck! Wait. So with respect to can I sell market? Can you sell?
First of all, very
all
pleased with our HBM4 product and Micron's shipments already of HBM4.
What are we buying? Nothing. It's a troll.
Over $1 billion. HBM market share. We strategically are choosing.
So apparently, Maverick's already getting a
to our
huge
DRAM
payout.
share. And this is important because of the trade ratio of HBM.
And he's getting another
It
100 on
consumes,
top.
as you know, a significant amount of wafers and puts pressure on non-HBM supply in the industry. Targeting our HBM share close to our DRAM share strategically enables us to supply our diversified end markets, customers across all end markets, data center, consumer, automotive, industrial, the markets that need non-HBM supply. Regarding your question on pricing for next year, we are really not commenting on pricing, but certainly HBM is a product where Micron has a strong leadership position. We have demonstrated tremendous success now with HBM3E 8 high, HBM3E 12 high, and now
I think it was smart.
4, and a strong roadmap
you want to
ahead.
Leverage for sure.
I'm too leveraged right now.
Confidence
Super leveraged
in our ability to execute to that, and it is a high price product.
I put an extra $100,000 in SOXL today, hoping that Micron would do well, and it did.
And it is a product that is critically important for the entire.
I mean, a $300,000 swing chat, you need to take profits. You can't be stupid. So remember that, chat. Whenever you have a $300,000 boom, you take profits.
And it is a product that does provide strong ROI as well.
Thank you.
Your next question comes from the line of Vivek Arya with Bank of America Securities. Your line is open. Please go ahead.
Thanks for taking my question. For the first one, Sanjay, you mentioned, I think, 4 large and 3 medium-sized customer agreements, and I'm curious how many of them are related to the data center. Should we expect more data center-related announcements? And the $100 billion, does that align with the large and medium size, or does it align with the smaller size customers? I guess I'm still trying to figure out what is the typical SCA with the data center customer. Like,
do you think RAM prices will keep going up?
Breadcrumbs for us to figure out what a data center
it's not even like do I
looks
think,
like over the
it
next
just is.
Few years.
It's not a matter of do I think.
So our large customers,
someone in my chat,
data center.
Someone in my chat said that RAM was 64 gigabytes.
And medium
was like $1,000
that you mentioned.
It's going up even more.
And of course,
it's going to, but the question is, will it go up, in like 2-3 years?
Go across data center, consumer, and automotive market.
You guys got to realize
and
that
we have,
all the companies right now that are getting into AI, they have to
the
spend.
large agreements.
Meta has to spend. Microsoft has to spend. Every single company that exists that wants to survive and not die has to keep spending on RAM,
as well as
storage, on CPUs,
and the ceiling is
and not just on that stuff, on the advanced
level,
stuff.
and of course,
so it has to keep.
That CPU price levels are reflected in our FQ3 results,
so every time
as well
NVIDIA
as
releases new product,
guidance,
they have to buy it.
They provide
Otherwise,
for unprecedented levels of profitability.
Their competition will blow them out of the water.
And those price bands also provide for floor
that's
prices,
the problem driving the market right
where
now,
the gross margins.
That's why you can throw out your RSIs, you can throw out your technical analysis. Because I'm sorry, a chart isn't going to tell you when the fucking AI boom is going to end. It's impossible.
I agree with you.
The large
people with
agreements that we mentioned, these are multi-year agreements, and they provide us tremendous visibility to demand, customer commitments,
I have a bit of a list because I have
with the financial commitments, including cash deposits that Mark elaborated on earlier.
Thanks. And for my follow-up, Mark, on gross margins, 86%, does it kind of hang out here for a while? Is there a ceiling? And then as these SCAs start to kick in, should we assume some kind of normalization to between, the mid-80s where you are now versus, I think the prior peak was in the low 60s. So as your long-term investors build their models for 27, 28, etc., should they be assuming a normalized gross margin range somewhere in the mid-70s, right? Kind of the range between where you are today versus the prior peaks. If you could just hold our hands on how to think about gross margins beyond this 86% in the near term, And then longer term, what is the right way to think about how these gross margins?
Yo, JR, there's a chart for RAM prices. I think you can find it online.
Yeah.
It'll
So
show you how
Vivek,
RAM prices
we're
have been
not
trending since like
we're not
6 months
providing
ago.
guidance
It's like up
beyond
4x.
the fourth quarter, but
Who's
we
going
are
down?
at
Let's go back
margin
to your chart,
levels
chat.
that as we've talked about before, incremental price yields less in gross margin expansion. So while
That's a $50
but having
drop.
said that, we do see, as we mentioned, we updated our
Tomorrow
view
could be
on
red, to be honest.
market conditions.
People have been
that we
waiting to
expect
kind
the
of
market
offload.
to remain tight
Yesterday and today scared them a
beyond
little bit. So
2027.
it's a bit of psychology at play, for sure.
We also have, we're at a point where memory is very much appreciated for the strategic asset that it is, the value that it brings to improving AI intelligence, and more and higher performance memory is needed. And so our continued deployment of bits to
Claude's beating you now.
data center and edge device
was
higher
Claude right to
performance
sell?
applications is going to be helpful as price moderates and price growth moderates, and we move to optimize the placement of our bits with customers, including those.
We should still sell and roll into BB/Wendys. Is r/Wall Street
and then
still
also,
doing
as we've talked about, we will get additional volume starting mid-year, materially, beginning mid-year 27.
After hours, it's up 5%.
And we will. We will have some startup costs there.
All right, everyone just go buy a chicken sandwich real quick.
Absorption as those ramps occur. And so over time, we'll get that.
Where'd you link that?
Operating leverage. So I think we feel great about the trajectory of the business, Micron's technology position, world-class product portfolio. You can see we're operating very well, and all those are supportive of continuing to deliver
a
strong financial performance.
Yes.
I don't know why we don't have an emote like this already. We should have
Your
this
final
as the
question comes from the line of Krish Sankar with TD Cowen. Your line is open. Please go ahead.
Solutions Q, please have this as an emote.
Thanks for the question. I have two of them, Sanjay or Mark. Congrats on the great results. On the floor pricing for the LTAs, you said about the prior peak. Your prior peak gross margin was somewhere in the low 60-62% range. If I try to plug in what
this is bullshit.
64 gigabyte server DRAM is, I can get like a $700 price for it compared to $1,500 today, which kind of puts you at like $10 to $12 a gigabyte as the floor.
Dude, it's
and
all Indians,
a mid-$20 a gigabyte for the current
not
price.
that they're not
Is
people,
that the
but they didn't
range
pick
you
anyone
should
that I
think
can
about
understand
for these LTAs, i.e. low teens to mid-20s a gigabyte is kind of like the range of LTAs for the pricing?
So, Krish, we're not going to get into specific pricing discussions, but I just want to note again
first green candle in a while
that the gross margins at the floor will be well beyond the peaks that we experience.
AI is actually Indian.
The highs.
Listen, brother, who do you think is running this AI thing?
So well
it's white people, but the people working the hardest
but
are
we are
Asians
not
and
going
Indians.
to obviously get into the specifics.
We just take the credit.
Related to the pricing. Bottom line is, these SCAs really help provide visibility, strength, and durability of demand for us. And they absolutely, fundamentally accelerate our financial performance.
How much do you think it will go up? Here's the thing. You don't ever know short term.
Got it. Very helpful, Sanjay. Just a quick follow-up. You kind of mentioned how DRAM should grow low to mid-20s.
But do I think Micron is going to go to
probably in the 20% range this year. Clearly, we are undersupplied on both.
In the next
is there a way to quantify what happens in 2027? Is there a way to say, is the undersupply going to be double what it is this year in 2027? Or how to think about the supply-demand imbalance in 2027?
who knows? Dude,
we see
shit moves so
2027
fast. The news is so quick nowadays that it's so hard. It's a gamble. It's such a gamble nowadays.
Beyond 2027, working hard.
And that's why they say
to bring
time
up
in the market.
Supply, but we have shared with you
market.
that it takes a long time to bring up the
invested and
additional capacity that is needed to support the customer demands, the additional wafer capacity, and of course, technology transitions and the less bit gain that they give per node, as well as the HBM trade ratio put tremendous pressure on the overall supply growth as well. So supply, even in 2028, when supply begins to improve gradually, we see that the demand
why is everyone gay?
To be on a robust trajectory as well, because these AI trends are very long-term trends. AI is still in very, very early innings. The whole token economy.
I don't know what's going on. There's a giant green candle on my asshole.
More memory. AI system performance is really very much limited by memory capacity and memory performance, memory bandwidth. So, the demand for memory is, as the compute demand grows and our customers look at tremendous
Here's the thing, chat. This is the truth about a lot of this.
That is ahead of them.
I know a lot of you don't understand what the fuck he's saying.
To make investments
but do you think 99.99% of people do?
To build this infrastructure.
They hear words like AI, boom, and stuff, and they click because the numbers make
memory
sense.
Is at the center of it and is a strategic asset, and access to memory supply is obviously a critical priority, as you can see in the multi-year agreement.
They could just start speaking Indian to each other. I mean, that's like the that's a new language, right? It's a new national language of America.
The confidence in the growth of the demand. So we are working hard to bring up supply, but we see tightness persisting beyond 2027.
Thanks a lot, Sanjay. Really appreciate it.
What?
This concludes today's call. Thank you for attending.
Who are they hosting?
You may now
We are now hosting
disconnect.
Axion for gambling. All right. So, what came from that chat? That is a lot of information. Let's go ahead and I asked Claude to, because I do AI stuff once in a while, chat. I did ask Claude to basically write out a PowerPoint because all of that information, the thing is, a lot of that was already put in. They didn't really say anything new for the moo, but my God, are we having a fucking dilly-dally day. For the first time in a while, the first time ever, chat has beaten earnings. They predicted that the earnings would be good, and the earnings were great. And look at that now. It's having a little bit of a rip. The Indians are done talking. Now it's time to get money in. $93,000 we go. Chat is $100 away from Claude. Can they beat it? I don't know. They have $5,000 left. They have $5,000 remaining. Claude doesn't have any cash available, chat. He already said it. He said, I don't have shit for shit. I don't have shit for shit. 11:38. What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to sell anything today, or do you want to hold? Do you want to sell anything? We can go over the news and go over more things, but do you want to sell anything?
You guys got to remember, this is a 2-week challenge, right? So this is technically like a day trading challenge.
Yes.
So even though it's up and you think it might go up, it might be good to sell some stuff. Lock in profit so you can actually get a payout.
Can you set a stop loss much higher? Not really. How much higher do you want me to go?
Oh, we're not up on anything. Fuck.
No, you're not up on anything.
What price did you guys buy at Monday, right?
The top, brother. When I said the top, look, they literally were they went up $74 and they went down 20,000.
Holy shit.
Yes, they literally bought the top. They got the most unlucky day I've ever seen in my life. They just got unlucky as fuck.
All right, we're holding.
But the chat's geniuses and they're coming back. Look at that.
Amazing.
How is Claude buying the shares? He's buying it through a Genic AI through Robinhood. And I don't tell it what to do. It doesn't I literally said do whatever you want and have fun. So that's what it's doing. I don't touch it. I don't know what it does. It just does whatever it wants. And today it wanted to go cash, so it sold half of its positions, waiting for another dip tomorrow. That's exactly what it said. I don't touch it.
Damn, it's still beating us by $500.
Look at Satex we should buy yesterday.
STX. You do realize that if you bought it yesterday, that it dropped, and if you bought it, you would just be up 1%. Like, I really think you guys need to stop saying we should have when, like, you don't know shit.
Yo, you're always richer in hindsight. Don't fucking think like that. Fuck that.
Like, chat, you know what you could have done? We could have gotten involved in this investing thing when I first got canceled, and we could have all bought SanDisk. You would all be millionaires. All right, chat saying hold. They don't want to sell shit. They still believe in SOXL, okay? You guys think SOXL is going to go up tomorrow again, and MU and MUU and DRAM and BlackBerry's having their earnings tomorrow, and INFQ, you guys put in $5,000. It's already down, but that's a big gamble, INFQ. I mean, it's a very long-term gamble, but we'll see what happens. We'll see. I mean, look, I hope you have a good day tomorrow, chat. If Moo has a good day tomorrow, if the market starts picking up this news, because remember, we are the fastest in the news in the world, chat. This news is brand new. It just happened. That was the end of the call, right? So wait till the news stations get it. Wait till other websites get it. Wait till people hear it, right? That might do it. But one problem might happen. People are very scared right now. They are feeling the fear because they just saw their king stock take a tumble down to $800 from $1,200, chat. It dropped 30% in the past 2 days. And now they're seeing a giant rise. They might want to take some profits. This might be a time where people say, you know what? I want to get the fuck out of this. It's too much. Or they're fearful, and just like how I was with Donald Trump, where I'm like, hey, look, Donald Trump had just fucked the market, but he might also unfuck it like he always does. Just a question as I don't know. Are you able to have it sell if it goes up a certain point in case we aren't on time to sell? Yes, of course you could do that. Yes. Yes.
BlackBerry reporting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And their meeting is starting at 10 a.m.
Yeah, that's great. I'm not waking up for that.
Wait, we have BlackBerry calls?
You do, you have Black. Let's go ahead and bring in Joel for this one. Hey, Joel, put on your camera real quick.
Joel recommended BlackBerry. I love it. He's been talking about it for like a month.
You did? Yeah. Hey, look, can't really talk shit. It's the only thing that was kind of up. Honestly, it might be up now with these earnings. I think people might be excited. Yo, what's going on, Joel? How are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good. I'm still feeling confident at that $10 price point for earnings tomorrow. A lot of bullish people like myself think it's going to go higher, but I think 10 is a nice conservative number. So
because you're a conservative guy, right? You watch Stay Safe TV, I'm assuming. Okay, so you're thinking it's going to go up even more.
I think it could, but I still think $10 per share is a good.
Now, what we could do, chat, is we could potentially with BlackBerry options, we could put an order in that if it hits a certain mark, we get the fuck out. That is an option. We could do that. But we can make it where, hey, look, we think that the stock is gonna, bada boom, bada bing, we get the fuck out. What do you think? What do you think, Joel?
I think for us, because I think if you want to do that at $10, I think that's a good idea. Maybe 11 if chat wants to push it, but
how much did you pay for the contract?
I believe we paid, was it 58 cents? Where were we at? The average price was 57 cents.
Okay. So you're like break even right now?
We're pretty much break even.
100 contracts, right?
Yeah, we have 100, yes.
Okay.
So we could do this, chat, where we set a limit, right? And what would we put the limit price at? Because it's at 52 cents is currently what the thing is. The ask is actually 58 cents, so it's pretty high. We would want to put it somewhere. I mean, if this happens,
well, they're July calls, right? July 17th.
Yes, they're July 17th calls.
So if the price goes up to $10 tomorrow, there's going to be confidence in the price being above $10 on July 17th, which spikes the premium even more. I would honestly set it to like $2 or $2.50. Take a 5x on it. But is it a good for day?
I gotta go to cancel.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Chat, this would yield you, if Joel is right on this would yield you a $10,000 profit. If Joel is correct, if this skyrockets to $10 tomorrow. It is currently at $9 as we speak. It's having a little bit of an after hours fucking little boom. This could be from Moo, and this also because people are excited. I'm gonna put it in, okay? I'm gonna put it in. Sell BlackBerry. Good luck. 80 shares. $2. All right. Let's see. That would be fucking nuts. Joel, what does Joel get, chat, if that happens?
Micron and BlackBerry, are we back to 2009?
I was getting a BlackBerry phone off of eBay for like $25.
We get him a BlackBerry phone, but chat, if it makes us 10 grand, I think he deserves a little bit more. What do we give him? VIP, you get VIP, Joel. From the Renato Global, you get VI fucking P. Because you have been talking about BlackBerry for a very long time. So
I'm going long in BlackBerry, baby. I'm going to hold on to it at least for 2 years. See what happens.
All right. 2 BlackBerries, chat. That's out of your money. Remember, it's your money. You offered him out of your money the $25 BlackBerry phone. It's your money.
Name a building after him
So
on the MMO.
All right. I only need one.
Joel, the MMO that I'm making that we're going to be doing some of the trades in later, someone just said it, you can get a building.
I can get a building?
Yeah, we can name a building after you. We'll name it the...
Fuck yeah.
We'll name it where you get smartphones. We can make or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. You can get a... That's
Joel Enterprises. Enterprises.
Yeah, we could do that. That's
Hell
easy.
yeah.
Okay, so Joel's gonna get that. We're gonna give also, Meow, because we obviously do pay our people here. Meow's gonna get a coffee at $1,300. So if you guys make 40 grand on Micron, you guys give him a coffee. I think that's pretty fair.
Corporate life. Fuck yeah.
I don't think he'll really care though, because he'll be making so much if it really does hit 1,300 that he won't give a fuck. So that's some crazy stuff. Why are you linking me eBay? Yes. Yes. And I hope it comes with Facebook and Twitter downloaded as well, and instant messaging. Wow, I had never heard of that before. Instant messaging. Interesting.
I was kind of hoping for a BlackBerry Bold, but that'll work. That's fine.
Ooh, a BlackBerry Bold.
Yo, those were nice. I have 2 of those.
Chat, do you think he deserves the BlackBerry Bold?
Hell yeah.
Yes? Okay, we'll get you the BlackBerry Bold.
Fuck yeah.
All right, so right now we are currently seeing Micron, chat. It is after hours, so remember, it's a little bit less volume than normal, but it is still pumping. I mean, it didn't really change a lot since that call, which is good news, honestly, because you don't want it to have crazy bad, fluctuation after the call, especially downward, because that could show that people have no confidence in the management. People have confidence in the management for Moo. They believe in this company. A lot of people are believing it. And I do think it can go each way, which is scary. And I don't think it's going to be flat. And the reason why is I think it's either going to go down because people are trying to get some profits after seeing how crazy this stock dropped. I mean, chat, this stock went to $800 when it was at $1,200 just 2 days before on almost nothing, right? It's not because of Micron. It's not because of the company. It's because of the market itself. People might want to take some profits here, but people might also want to jump in now because he's right. NVIDIA had a certain, almost exact thing that happened to them a year and a half, 2 years ago, and they tripled in value since then.
Yep.
They had this almost the same thing. They destroyed earnings. They went up 30% or $300 billion in a day, and all of a sudden they surged up 300% in just like a year and a half, 2 years. So it could happen, right? And NVIDIA, before it became this $5 trillion company, had very similar swings to this all the time. All the time. So Let's see what happens. I don't know. But what I do know is that you guys are at $93,461. You are almost exactly tied with Claude. Your day, chat, started at $80,000 when I went live. 80,000. And now you're at 93. You're up 13 grand in just that one fucking call. Nice. Fucking awesome. You're gonna hold. BlackBerry hopefully tomorrow blows you the fuck up. If it does, great. If it doesn't, chat, if BlackBerry doesn't perform, what happens to Joel? We got to talk about the uncertainties. Because, chat, remember, we're just a business. We are a business at the end of the day. We have to talk about the uncertainties. What happens if BlackBerry busts? That's $5,000 of your money.
We lynched Joel.
We could lynch Joel.
On GTA.
No, we're on Kick. We could lynch Joel.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. All right, Joel,
I think Joel's punishment, if Joel doesn't do well, is we get him the worst BlackBerry phone we can find, and he has to use that.
Fuck.
I think we get him the worst broken phone that has a crack in it, and he has to use that for a year.
Fuck. For a whole year? I'll do it.
Yeah.
And you have to send your real phone to Mizkif.
Yes, I want you to send your real phone to this dog shit.
Yeah.
The BlackBerry Storm, they're saying. Whatever this... Oh, yeah, that's yours, Joel. If you fuck this up, you're getting a BlackBerry Storm.
Oh, this is the phone that they came out with to respond to Apple back in the day, I think. Oh, God.
This is yours. So don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. It could be good, chat. I mean, look, I think I do think BlackBerry has a lot of room. I think it's good. We'll see. But you know what's also good? I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never seen an intraday like this, chat, on just news. I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbaring my pants right now. I was down to $172,000 on this account, and now I'm up $132,000. What the fuck? On just that one Micron call. And you know what that told me? I have way too much on leverage and get me the fuck out of it. I woke up this morning, chat, in my bed. 1 minute after I woke up, I bought $100,000 of SOXL to praying that Moo calls were going to be good today so I can get the fuck out and you know, make some profit back. That's what I did. And
nice.
It worked.
Hell yeah.
Dude, SOXL's chat was down. It was at $200 and now it's $250. It's up. Holy shit, that was crazy. That was fucking ridiculous.
Look at that Nebius. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, NBIS is coming back too, chat. After a disgusting climb down, it's at 272 after 251. It's climbed. I mean, dude, NBIS is my favorite stock right now. It's my favorite one. So,
it's amazing.
Yeah, it's a really great. I highly recommend, chat, we do more research into it. It's fucking amazing. What else do we got? Fucking Cox Robbins dogs at NBIS. My calls are gonna be good tomorrow. Good shit. Look at SanDisk. Sure. Look real quick. Yeah, it also went up 13%. Holy God, it came back. It's also had a rough day. I mean, look at this. Everyone has, chat. I mean, everything's down. Everything. So I'm hoping tomorrow is good for the Moo. I pray for you guys, chat, but there's really not much more we can do. We just wait. We wait for tomorrow. We see what happens with BlackBerry. We see what happens with everything. But this was good. This was good. You could buy Wendys. We could buy Wendys. You still have $5 grand. We could buy Wendys. Could buy Wendys. But yeah, good job, Joel. Good job, Meow, on your constant calls of Moo. What would you recommend the chat for Moo if you had to tell them to do something?
Right now, I think just sit on your hands. The hardest thing to do when a company is performing is sit on your hands. A lot of people, they don't make enough money on a stock that they get in is because they sell too early, right? Most people didn't get into Moo when me and Mizkif got into Moo, and other people around the 300s. So they're buying in the 800-900 range, most of them. And I think some that sell now that are impatient and scared will miss out on future profits. Because like Mizkif said, it's easily going to 1,500 to 2,000 for sure. In my opinion, 1,500 by December is guaranteed, not financial advice. So I think if you want to get in,
where is
play it slow. You don't want to chase. You'll still have red days. Like tomorrow could be a red day. You never know. Be patient. If you see an opportunity and you have the money to risk, then the best company to look at is Moo, and then second would be Nebius, and then the third would be Bloom Energy.
All right, Joel, what do you have to say? This might be your last hours, Joel.
You know, it's been a good ride. Really like BlackBerry for $10. A lot of people are actually really bullish, just saying they're going up to 15 tomorrow if good earnings, but we'll see if that ever happens. I don't know. It's been fun. It's been a good ride. You know, can't wait to be using my BlackBerry phone, either one, whenever I get them. Gonna be a fun ride whenever I have to use that for work stuff when I get a job. So
yeah, when you get that job, yeah.
Yeah, I got a third interview coming up. Thank God.
Nice. With what?
A bank, commercial bank.
If Meowen makes us lose on Moo, fly him out, ring a cowbell, and give him walk of
Did
shame.
you get the
shame,
Renato
shame,
Global?
shame.
I did not. I'm still short on the hours for watch time.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that's Alex Jones screaming in my ear. Okay. All right, Joel. Good luck. Good luck, Meow. Great job today. Excellent work, and we'll be in touch.
Oh yeah, good job, boys. Catch you later. Waiting for my paycheck, by the way. It's been delayed for fucking.
All right, chat. So you're at $93,358. Honestly, this is a great day for. I'm serious, chat. I'm overwhelmed with how fucking insane that was. That I've never had a thing like this happen before, where one earnings call just made me go from up $300,000 in 30-40 minutes. But I also am glad I finally got out of SOXL a little bit. I dropped $200,000 of it completely. So pretty crazy shit. Let's go ahead and keep doing some stuff though, chat. Obviously, that's not the end of the stream. We have a lot to go over today and talk about. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's talk. Imagine if we lose to Claude by just $200 to $300. Wow. Yeah. There's so much more to imagine in the world. Like, I could think of a trillion other things I could want to imagine, but like, that's the most boring thing I could imagine. Like, yeah, let's imagine that. Let's imagine 200. Maverick, shut the fuck up, okay? Just go ahead and join the giveaways. Make your fucking money from me. Be a little leech bitch. I banned you like 6 times already. I don't know how you're even typing in chat. I banned you so many times. Yo, go ahead. Just do your thing. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. Exclamation point play. Whatever. Cool. I don't care. Let's go ahead and see how good my tweet is doing. I'm guessing 27 likes. 38. Fucking amazing. This is from 3 years ago. I'm deleting this. That is embarrassing. Let's continue.
I mean, let's be honest about what this is. Donald Trump hired a company that was not qualified to do this. They did a shoddy job, which we can all.
Wait a minute. This is crispy. Dude, crispy.
Let's be honest about what this is. Donald Trump hired a company that was not qualified to do this. They did a shoddy job, which we can all see now. The liner is coming up. And
oh, this is about the reflecting pool, chat. If you don't know the drama about the reflecting pool, it's fucking huge. The reflecting pool is the giant reflecting pool that's in Washington, and people are really pissed about it, and they say that it's shit, and Donald Trump fucked it all up, and Donald Trump's blaming other people. We can watch this.
Okay, Brian, your thoughts on the reflecting pool?
This is all bad community theater. I mean, let's be honest about what this is. Donald Trump hired a company that was not qualified to do this. They did a shoddy job, which we can all see now. The liner is coming up. And because he has such a fragile ego, because he is so delicate as a Fabergé egg, now Donald Trump has to pretend, play make-believe that, in fact, this was the work of elusive vandals. And even though the reflecting pool is under 24/7 surveillance, we're all sitting here and watching his administration officials and right-wing acolytes all play make-believe and pretend that, yep, you're right, President Donald Trump, sir. It absolutely was these vandals. And so he's coming forward with these stories that there was a 200-foot gash, and then a 250-foot gash, and then a 350-foot gash that somebody did at some point that nobody saw, a gash the length of a football field, and he apparently has video evidence from the park department that he refuses to release, even though that irrefutable evidence would immediately validate his story. Again, this is all just bad community theater because Donald Trump has a fragile ego, can never admit he's wrong, and this is what happens when you have incompetent governance, whether it's something as ridiculous as the reflecting pool or as important as the rest of the issues that he's failed at governing with.
Okay. I can't trust people that look this good. Like, does anyone else feel that way? Like, he looks too good. And I know he's right, but just your hair is too, like, you look like you try too hard, right? Like, I don't.
Surprised he didn't blame illegals, like he always does.
Now you're just gay? I think I might just be gay.
From the park department that he refuses to release, even though that irrefutable evidence would immediately validate his story.
So yeah, everyone's bitching about this whole monument thing with this water supply, and it's crazy because you can see this picture of the giant motorcade that is President Donald J. Trump going over the entire fucking thing. Like, look at this. How is this even real that Donald Trump is trying to claim that it was vandalized when this is a real picture? This is not AI of them going over the exact spot in the water. How is he trying to pretend? And look, I understand more than anyone. I understand that having a pool is a bad investment, right? It's a terrible investment. We all know that. And just like this pool, nobody uses it, okay? It's a waste of time. It's a waste of water. It's a waste of everything. We could be using this water to, have superconductors. We could be poaching this way more to make Micron go even higher. But instead, it's just used for this stupid-ass reflecting shit, right? For Valkyrie's bullshit products that no one cares about. But I will say this. Donald Trump is the biggest fucking pussy-ass bitch that he's trying to blame vandalizing and that shit, when this is a straight-up real picture of his motorcade going through this. This looks like you took the last 10 NMP at LOL streams and just put them in one picture, right? They're all driving to go get some food and do some food challenge. That's all it is. And you have Mr. Arthur driving, obviously, right? But it's wild how this is a real picture and Donald Trump is trying to blame vandals when he is the one that vandalized it. Like, it's just insane that this is our president. But it's content, right? It's good content. Every other president would have just backed down and immediately fixed it, but Donald Trump is such a fucking deviant motherfucker that he just will not admit that he was wrong and not admit that it was a problem that he caused. U.S. House officially passes bill to ban the Federal Reserve from creating a CBDC until 2030. Now, what does that mean, Grok? CDC stands for Central Bank Digital Currency. It's a digital version of a country's official money, like the U.S. dollar, issued and controlled directly by the central bank. In the U.S., that would be the Federal Reserve. Unlike Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies, a CBDC is centralized, fully backed by the government, and programmable. The bill in post would block the Fed from launching one until 2030. So this would probably be pretty good for crypto, right? Because that means at least until 2030 that the Federal Reserve is not going to be able to make a version of crypto for themselves. So that could be good for crypto. Let's see if that did anything to Bitcoin's price. Nope, no one cared. Why? Because it's all waste. And I think Bitcoin is going to $40,000 pretty soon. That's my opinion. President Trump orders the DOJ to launch investigation to big oil companies for artificially inflating gas prices. It was not them. It was actually Mitch Jones. Also, the Senate to release crypto tax legislation as early as fall 2026. One in chat if you have an ape as your profile picture. I do not, for sure. Bitcoin falls under $60,000 with all this great news. The U.S. oil prices crashed below $70 a barrel for the first time since March 1st. We also have spot gold prices officially fall below $4,000. I never bought or got the idea of buying gold. It was never my thing.
Nice. Ape BTBTB.
I never liked gold as I don't like buying materials like that for long term. I think short term, yeah, right? Like, I think some of it could be great because, especially with chip manufacturing and database centers, whatever. But I do believe, and maybe I'm crazy, that people will be able to make gold in a few years and it'll be even cheaper, right? I remember there was a Reddit post where someone made a diamond out of peanut butter in a microwave. I think people can make gold soon, right? They already do it in Minecraft. I think that we'll be able to do it in real life. That's just my opinion. Crypto has now erased more than half of its value in just 8 months. On October 6, 2025, the total market cap of crypto hit a $4.3 trillion. Today, 261 days later, crypto is now worth only just $2 trillion, making a 54% decline in value over that period of time. Chat, you can get some Craigasms out for the people in the back who still have crypto. That means that crypto markets have erased an average of 8.8 billion per day for 261 days straight. I actually had crypto, chat, just in case I was wrong, right? I was like, oh, well, maybe I should keep crypto. I now officially have no crypto. I have absolutely none. I do not believe in it. I think it's bullshit. The only crypto I think is real is USDC and USDT because it's a tether. I don't believe in anything else. I also don't believe in Santa Claus. There, I fucking said it. Brent crude oil falls below $75 to its lowest since February. So it is dropping like crazy, chat. Crude oil is going down, but it might be going back up now that Donald Trump's a jackass. Steak and Shake says it's still saving 50% in proceeding fees by accepting Bitcoin. No one cares. And I'm not using Bitcoin. I'd rather spend the 50% more. Bitcoin falls below $60,000. We already got that. Linus Tech Tips says that PS5 is a better option than the Steam Machine at their current price points. You can still buy a PS5 for $600 or a PS5 Pro, which is much more powerful machine for $900, and both include a controller. This is true. He is right. But the Steam Machine has so many more games and so many more things to be a part of it. Like, I think this is just a bad representation of what the Steam Machine really is. Like, yes, you're right. You could save that money. But the thing is, this machine has just so many more different possibilities in games that it's just not comparable.
Fuck you mean you don't believe in Santa Claus? I bet you believe in the Queen of England.
Well, yeah, she was on Epstein Island, wasn't she? Like, you can't compare the PS5 to, a Wii. Shit. You can't compare the PS5 to a Steam Machine. The Steam Machine is a different product completely, and yes, it makes more sense that it's worth more money. I think this is Linus Tech Tips just catering to people who want to complain about pricing, when the reality is the Steam Machine is a great product for a great price. Yes, the PS5 is $600. The PS5 is also a product that was made when memory chips weren't so expensive and ridiculous that in order to just get a 64 gigabytes of RAM in your computer, it's $1,000 nowadays, right? The Steam Machine is coming in at a very difficult time to make their product. And because of that, I think the price is actually completely justified and fair. I think that the overall product itself is not even that bad. I think people are over-exaggerating and complaining. And I think it's something that, in my opinion, if I had to choose between buying a PS5 and this, I'd buy this every single day of the year. Every day. The only reason why I'd buy a PS5 is for GTA 6. That's it. That's it. What do you guys think, chat? The Steam Machine is ugly and tasteless. I mean, so is my ex-wife, but I'm not complaining. No subscription for online functionality. Prices even out over time, of course. Wait, there's no subscription needed for this? There's no subscription needed? To get internet? Can you go on Discord with this thing?
Through the skies with the freedom of a bird.
Should we watch a review?
Valve's Steam Machine is probably the most anticipated gaming PC.
Why is it every time I see Linus Tech Tips, he looks like a fucked up Minecraft, thumbnail?
Valve's.
Why is his braces getting more and more colorful as time goes on?
Steam Machine is probably the most anticipated gaming PC of all time. I would argue, alongside the Steam Deck, one of the most important. But that doesn't mean that our last 2 weeks with it have been all good. There are the highlights, like the unbelievably polished experience of SteamOS, not to mention perfect integration with your home media setup. But there's also been the lower lights, performance in the latest titles being a big one, alongside some hard truths. It costs more than we hoped, and Valve confirmed they feel the same way. But if you can stomach the upfront investment, Valve's GameCube is yet another massive step on their now decade-plus journey of saving gamers from the closed ecosystems that demand pricey subscriptions.
You want to know why, chat? I think that this is a great product too. A lot of times when I game, I don't want to be at my computer. I like sitting on a couch. I like the idea of having that console setting. And I think that this is a great product for that, where I can get the computer games that I've always wanted, but sit on the fucking couch. I like lounging. I like just sitting on my couch and just, vegetating. The couch to me is such a better gaming experience. In my opinion, sitting on a couch is always a better gaming experience than sitting on a computer. Almost every single time. I feel like it's more immersive. I feel like it's better, especially nowadays. And the reason why more nowadays than ever is nowadays with computers, especially mine at least, I have 4 monitors. And I know a lot of you guys have at least 2. And that ruins the experience because when you're on a TV and you're with this game, the only other thing that could be a distraction is your phone.
Sitting or laying in bed with a projector to play games is peak.
When the thing is, nowadays with computers, I'm never immersed because there's always something on another monitor. There's always so much more I can go look at. There's almost so much more I can do that I think gameplay on a TV is so much better.
And it is hands down the best solution that I've ever seen to solving the inconvenience of PC gaming on the couch. It's not the biggest or the baddest, but that 1-2 punch is why the Steam Machine is so damn exciting. It combines the strengths of PC gaming with the conveniences of console gaming, and all in a nearly silent cube that's about half the size of a real console. But with this kind of hype, can Valve possibly hope to live up to gamers'
Chat, by the way, type MU, there's a new emote.
Expectations? If we're being realistic, probably not. But I still love the Steam Machine for what it is today, and I'm really excited about what it means for the future of gaming. And I'm also excited, okay, but actually this time, to tell you about this companion product from our sponsor, Dbrand. Their robot sent over this companion cube case for the Steam Machine. We'll look at it in a bit more detail later, but pre-orders are live now, so go to shortlinus.com to... Back to the Steam Machine, though.
Bro, this guy's such a sellout. Jesus Christ, I wish I was him.
I need this for B-roll. We're on a tight schedule, baby.
Okay, that makes sense. We unboxed and explored the setup of the Steam Machine over on Short Circuit this morning, and we gave our in-depth thoughts on the controller last month. So we're gonna be laser focused on the experience of the Steam Machine itself. Right out of the gate, if you're a Steam Deck or a big picture user, you're gonna feel right at home. The Steam Machine comes with SteamOS pre-installed, Valve's Linux-based operating system that they've spent over 10 years optimizing for gaming.
Great.
Why did it take so long? Well, because most games still don't support Linux natively. But thanks to Proton, a translation layer that allows Windows games to run on Linux, we found that almost any game made for Windows runs surprisingly well on SteamOS. No command line, no driver conflicts, just press the button and play your game. It's been one of the Steam Deck's greatest strengths, and that remains true here. And even if somehow you don't like SteamOS, well, great news. Valve takes a very open approach to their hardware. Or should I say, your hardware, the way it should be. So the Steam Machine allows you to install any OS you want, even Windows. It's just that if you did so, you would lose out on some of its best features, like a personal favorite of mine, the ability to suspend your software and resume at the push of a button, just like a console. Seriously, thank you, Valve. Okay, we did find that there were some times that resuming a game would take a little longer than we'd like, but most of the time it was really quick. I'm talking like 5 seconds, which is a huge edge over booting.
Dude, this thing sounds great. Even the price sounds great. I see no problems with this machine. It's $1,000. It's a good price. It can play all the games I want. It starts up immediately when I want to play a game. What is the problem that everyone's bitching about? It's $1,000? This is the thing, chat. This is why we have the edge. We are finance gods. We understand how Micron and Moo and all these companies are going up because of the RAM shortage that's going on. And while these people are complaining to the god himself, upset at the fact that this is an expensive console, we understand, Valve. We get it.
Up your PC, loading your launcher,
do a Steam Cube giveaway.
We did notice that sometimes the SteamOS UI would become laggy while a game is suspended, but realistically, we're dealing with pre-release.
Is the Steam Deck, is this available, chat? I honestly think I'm going to buy one. I think I'm going to buy one.
And with how much Valve has refined SteamOS on the deck over the last few years, which is much less powerful hardware, I can say confidently that they're going to get that sorted. The other big one for me is HDMI CEC. It doesn't have the best marketing behind it, and it doesn't have a sexy name. In fact, most people don't even really think about CEC, because when it's working properly, you literally aren't supposed to even notice it. But it is hugely important to the living room experience, especially if you have multiple devices. CEC, if you're not familiar, is a protocol that's built into the HDMI standard that allows your various media devices to communicate with and even control each other without running any additional cables. The most common really uses for it are allowing your soundbar volume to be controlled by your TV remote, or having your Android media box and AV receiver power each other on and off in sync. Now, most PCs straight up do not support it. This is both a hardware and a software problem, and there's no hint of a solution on the horizon. So achieving any kind of seamless operation involves like janky IR receiver boxes and or complicated home theater automations. Well, Valve hated that, so they built their own software and custom motherboard for the Steam machine that, from our experience, just plain works. You press the Steam controller button, it turns on everything, selects the right inputs, and bingo bango bongo, seconds later you are gaming exactly where you left off.
Wait, I thought he said this was gonna suck. This is great.
But there's more to a good gaming machine than just living room integration, as Microsoft so painfully learned.
Go to Internet Explorer. Oh, nice.
And the Steam machine's raw gaming chutzpah leaves a fair bit to be desired, unfortunately. To be clear, it's not terrible. Valve chose a semi-custom 6-core Zen 4 CPU with 16 gigs of DDR5 memory rated to 5,600 megatransfers per second, alongside a semi-custom GPU with 8 gigs of dedicated VRAM. So that's more CPU performance and a lot more RAM than the current crop of mainstream gaming consoles. But the
16 gigabytes? Nah, that's not enough for me. I need at least 32.
current crop of gaming consoles is 6 years old now. And if we look closely at the specs for these chips, they look more semi than custom, with a strong resemblance to laptop chips from 2023. Now, according to Valve, that's not a problem for most buyers. The Steam machine should outperform approximately 70% of the gaming PCs that are out there in the wild. And if the Steam Deck is anything to go by, developers will squeeze blood from a stone, optimizing for a popular hardware config like this one. But with all of that said, I still feel pretty strongly that these are not the kinds of parts that I would expect in a 4K gaming machine.
Here's the thing though, and someone in chat said it and it's true, is when I game, right, I still have like 4 tabs open, a streamer, Spotify playing, porn in the background, right? Like news on like the you know, the war, we all have so much going on with our computer that it makes our RAM 16 gigabytes just not enough. When this is all it's doing is just playing the game. So 16 gigabytes should be good enough for almost any game that you need, right? Like, I don't really know what else would require more than 16 gigabytes of RAM on Steam. So I actually think it's a great point. I think that's totally fine, actually. Think about it.
Even with the asterisk of FSR upscaling. But I could be wrong, right? So let's take a look at the numbers. Right out of the gate, the Linux port of Shadow of the Tomb Raider absolutely crushed Valve's target, hitting over 120 FPS at 4K. Not bad, but that is an 8-year-old game, and sadly, the rest of our suite ended up sitting with average frame rates between 40 to 50 FPS. In fairness to Valve, some of these games were probably running at settings that are a little ambitious for the humble Steam machine, and you could absolutely turn Cyberpunk, for instance, down a little bit and get a more fluid experience, but that wasn't the case for all of them. Doom: The Dark Ages, for instance, was already cranked nearly as low as it could go. This whole situation feels like a completely self-inflicted wound.
But here's the thing, can it play CSGO?
Valve had never said 4K gaming at 60 FPS, and had they instead offered a more nuanced, 1080p on medium details, maybe high or ultra for older titles, and in some cases, you know what, 4K upscaling looks pretty darn good. I wouldn't even have to be talking about this. But now I have to go spelunking for what the heck Valve was talking about. And it seems like, for newer titles, what they meant was low settings with FSR set as low as ultra performance, which means we are upscaling from a mere 720p base resolution all the way to 4K Ultra HD. At these settings, all right, sure, all 5 of our games did hit averages that are comfortably above 60 FPS, but at these settings, all 5 of our games also looked pretty ugly. And there's more bad news. Even with 28 ray tracing cores, RT is pretty much a non-starter on this thing. This is true both for games where it's an option, like Cyberpunk, where we saw an average of 15 FPS at 10.
Okay, but it's like doing you a favor. Like, dude, come on, what are we doing here? Like, yeah, Cyberpunk is like the one game, yeah, I could probably agree. It's a little bit egregious to put on all ultra 4K, right? But like that's just one game, right? There's a trillion games on the Steam that aren't like this. You know, I don't know. I think that's one game that is ultra 4K resolution. Who gives a fuck, right?
1080p Ultra, and especially true for games that force its usage, like Indiana Jones or Doom: The Dark Ages, where only one.
Why are you defending Steam? Here's the thing: if memory wasn't a problem, and if RAM and computers and computer chips in general weren't so astronomically priced right now, I wouldn't be defending Steam. I'd be saying that it's unfair and ridiculous pricing. But that's just not the case. They are making the Steam Deck, or they're making this thing, their GameCube, and at a very, probably the hardest time to make any type of console. I'm surprised they're even doing it at this rate. You know, that's my opinion. I'm surprised they're even doing it. I think that they're going to do this, and I think that the second version of this, when they come out with it in like a year or two, will be amazing. Because by then, RAM, chips, memory, whatever it is, will all be cheaper, I think. I do believe it's going to get cheaper, and they will be able to make this thing a beast. But right now, it's kind of tough.
The iteration we tested managed to consistently stay above 60 FPS. And that was the handheld one, right?
Yep.
Yikes. To be clear, it's not the end of the world today, but whether you love ray tracing or hate it, there will be more titles in the future that will require hardware support for it, and the Steam Machine just plain doesn't have the horses. Once again, I'd love to be proven wrong here. Valve did contact us hours before recording this to say they are aiming to patch it, but guys, it's a 7600M GPU. There is no path that I can trace that will lead to acceptable performance on this hardware, especially in light of your unqualified claims of 4K 60 FPS, which still wouldn't be a huge problem if it wasn't for the big white elephant in the room, the PlayStation 5. On paper, the Steam Machine and the PS5 trade blows, but in real life, I'm sorry, Valve, but it just doesn't quite seem to work out that way. Now, I do have a disclaimer here. The PS5 doesn't support any kind of frame time analysis, so any numbers we give you guys are going to be kind of rough and tumble.
But the PS5 is ass, though. Like, what are we doing here? There's no games. Dude, everyone I know that has a PS5 has like 6 games they bought since the PS5 came out, and they use it as a coffee holder. Like, they use it as nothing. It has spider webs on it for the one game they got, which was Spider-Man. That's it. That's all they got. But GTA 6 is coming out on the PS5, so yeah, we're fucked.
Ad hoc. We explain the methodology, by the way, of both this test and the rest in our accompanying labs article. We'll have that link down below. But anyway, in God of War Ragnarok, the base PS5, which upscales from 1440p to 4K, was chilling around 75 to 78 FPS. Meanwhile, in the same scene, the Steam Machine, with mostly medium settings and FSR set to quality, landed in the 60 to 63 range. This isn't the end of the world. We actually found that upscaling was hampering our performance more than we expected, and at 1440p native, we were able to break 70 FPS, even with our details turned up. But what it isn't is a win. With that said, choosing the right games and enabling variable refresh rate is going to help to mitigate some choppiness, and you can absolutely have a really solid gaming experience on this box. Also, as these things go out in the wild, I do expect Valve's Verified for Steam Machine program to incentivize developers to optimize for this hardware specifically.
Right, that's what I was thinking too, is like, yes, maybe the optimization is a problem, but that's before a lot of the developers are going to be able to optimize it better, right? Like, you have to optimize your game not only for PC, but if you want it on mobile, you have to optimize it for that as well. You can't just put out the same product on mobile and also the computer. So I think that they'll optimize their games depending on what it is over time. So I think it'll be much better, the Steam Machine, as it goes on and as updates occur, right? Am I wild to say that? Like, I think, yes, it's off the cuff, probably not the best, but over time it will be much better and optimized. Companies are going to want to optimize it for this because it's a new market.
Just that you got to keep your expectations in check. It's not magically going to get way faster. Coming back to good news though, the Steam Machine's download speeds are solid. We saw close to full gigabit speeds over a wire, and a little less than half of that via Wi-Fi 6E. That's partially probably thanks to Valve's 4 dedicated antennas in this box, 2 for Wi-Fi, 1 for Bluetooth, and 1 for Steam controllers. And
see, the thing is that I would worry about with this chat, if I was like, you know, is when I was younger, I used my Wii to jerk off, right? Because it's a 2-in-1. You get to put the stick in your ass, but at the same time, you also get to go on the Wii internet, and your parents wouldn't know, and you can go look up porn there. So I would look up porn on the Wii, and it was fucking awesome, right? No one would know. It was a secret I kept for years, and I'm letting you guys know the secrets now, right? If you're trying to watch porn and your mom has all those, like, you know, settings that don't allow you to do it on our computer. Yeah, whatever. Go to your Wii, all right, dust that thing off, and stick this thing in your ass, and go ahead and go on the channel. And if you're homebrewed, dude, you can go on anywhere.
We also saw an average power draw of just 175 watts under heavy.
Aren't you the gay guy from Twitter? Dude, shut up. I hate that I match with a model, and what Twitter now thinks is I like trans dudes. Like, how did that happen? It's like, dude, I match with a fucking model, and somehow it's not like a cool or whoa or whatever. I told it to like my 100 viewers, but somehow now everyone just thinks I'm into trans dudes, and that girl now thinks I'm.
Buddy, you literally suck
with a mere 66 watts.
You do
for
like
later
trans
games.
dudes, though.
That contributes to a cool, quiet experience with the Steam Machine, landing right in line with the PS5 for acoustics and averaging just 68 and 66 degrees across our CPU and GPU respectively. Good job, Valve. And good job making this such a repairable and serviceable machine. Not only can the Steam Machine be easily opened up, including the ability to upgrade both the RAM and SSD,
Oh, okay. That's a fucking big W then. If you can upgrade the RAM as time goes on, then that's awesome. Like, dude, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, wait, this thing's a great product if you can easily open it up. I think this thing's getting shit on for no reason.
Valve has once again partnered with iFixit to make guides and replacement parts available. Absolutely amazing. Maybe consider an LTT precision screwdriver if you ever need to make any upgrades or repairs. It's got all the bits you need and a convenient magnetic parts tray that's included in the lid, lttstore.com. Another highlight is Valve's open approach to peripherals. I mean, can you imagine Nintendo just allowing any old thing to be plugged into their precious gaming machine? Meanwhile, in Valve land, the Steam Machine played nicely with every mouse, keyboard, or headset that we plugged into it, including random Bluetooth accessories.
Whoa.
One thing of note is that some of our audio accessories were a little quieter than usual on the Steam Machine, even with the volume maxed, but again, this feels like one of those, don't worry, Valve's gonna fix that things. Bringing us finally to something Valve couldn't fix. The detail you've all been waiting for. You can order your Steam Machine today, and it will cost $1,050 US for the 512 gig storage version and $1,350 for the 2 terabyte.
No!
I think we better.
So here's the problem with that. That's not a lot of fucking space. I think that's the real crux in all of this. It's not necessarily the RAM or issue. It's the lack of space you have, right? 512 gigabytes is just not enough. I remember when I was on my Xbox and how I would have to constantly switch out my hardware that I had on the side of it because I was always over the amount because I couldn't ever download games, right? So I had to constantly do that. I will say that if you have the ability though to just stick in a couple terabyte storage device on the Steam Deck or on the Steam Machine, then it's fine, dude. You could buy. I bought a 15 terabytes hardware for like $100, and if you could just do that, great.
Better talk about this. Is that reasonable?
It is reasonable in this current market conditions, but it is.
You sound like you're being held hostage.
I mean, Valve was held hostage by the parts makers.
So reasonable, yes, but like, is it too high?
Yes.
And that's a tough thing. I think it's fair to say that both of those things are true.
Yes.
Based on the costs that Valve is seeing, and also based on other options that are available in the market, it can be both reasonably priced and still too high.
I was really hoping that this was going to bring PC gaming to the mainstream living room, that I could pitch all my friends and be like, oh, get a Steam Machine, it's so cool. But this is a premium price, even though I wouldn't say it's a premium product.
And in fairness to Valve, they did telegraph this. They were explicit when I came down there for the reveal that it was not going to be subsidized by the 30% cut that they're going to take on games, because they have no guarantee that people are actually going to run SteamOS on this or buy any games. And the PS5 is such a giant, even bigger elephant in the room than I even said before. The fact that you can still, even at the increased price, buy a PS5 for $600 US or a PS5 Pro, which is a much more powerful machine, for $900.
And then you'd still have money left over for your first year of PS Plus.
And both of those PS5s include a controller too, so that's gonna cover almost another year. With that said, if you—
How much is PS Plus though? $79.99. Okay, but if you have PS Plus for 3 years, then it would even out the price.
You're keeping it for a long time. I mean, let's talk TCO. That's a term that not everybody's familiar with outside of like business or the data center. It's total cost of ownership. It often gets said that on the PC side, pricing of games is a huge boon compared to consoles, but you actually opened my eyes to the PlayStation Store having a lot of deals.
There was a few weeks ago where there wasn't a sale going on and people freaked out. So I think there's sort of a myth around Steam sales being way better than console, but I think we've balanced out. That being said, you can play online games for free on a Steam machine. And
can you really get a computer nowadays for cheaper? Is that true? Like, can you really get a computer for cheaper right now? I don't know. I don't check prices daily. Some guy said you can do that cheaper. No, everyone's saying. Like, I don't know how you could, because, dude, the RAM itself is so expensive. I don't know why they would give you that price. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. Someone said that. I would love for you to, if you can find me a good computer that's $1,000,
Linus has a video doing just that against the Steam machine.
on a PlayStation, you're going to be spending $110 a year.
That is brutal.
A lot of money. That's a game and a half.
Another big benefit, though, I mean, we touched on this, but accessory support. Nintendo's not the only one that keeps things locked down with respect to plugging things into their consoles. I mean, for years, entire brands that make gaming headsets, their only reason for existing at all was that they managed to get the license to produce compatible Xbox gaming headsets.
I mean, also keep in mind, chat, like, yes, you're 100% right that it's like, oh, well, I could just build a pre-build and I can do it better. Or I could do this. Yes, you're always right on that. That's a fact. But we've never disagreed that a computer is a better buy than the idea of a PS5. The thing is with the PS5 that people love is you're paying a premium, but you're getting to sit on a console on your TV. That's what people love, right? So you're getting that as the benefit. So it's going to be more expensive.
They were awful audio quality. Like, had no reason for existing other than licensing.
Even controllers, we're living through a renaissance in the PC space, but to find something good for the PlayStation 5 that has back paddles for less than $200, so impossible.
Yeah, we're actually, shout out David's upcoming video. We're doing a modding video on the stock DualSense to add paddles to it.
So excited.
Gonna be pretty freaking cool. I don't even know if I care about bringing this up, but there is one thing the PS5 does that the Steam Machine for now doesn't, and that's VR.
Yeah, I'm not a big VR guy.
I don't think.
Skip.
Maybe some way to upgrade more than just the RAM and SSD.
Okay, we've spent a lot of time harping on the price, but what would be the right price? What's the no hesitation, I'd buy one tomorrow price?
Me, or I recommend to people?
You recommend.
$800, I think, is reasonable. It's slightly worse performance than a console, but it has so much more openness and features that I think balances out that value.
Yeah, I mean, we barely even touched on the fact that you can use it as a full-fledged desktop PC. Like, they have done a lot of work, not just on the big picture gaming aspect of SteamOS. I'm actually planning to, once we get the real Steam Machine back from labs, throw it in my backpack and use it as my daily driver machine for a month.
Oh, that's pretty fun.
Yeah. So I'll have to do everything, gaming and work on it. And it's actually portable enough that you just could. Portable.
Portable. Do you want to hear something that's really sad?
I do.
I asked them specifically, what was the original price point in mind for the Steam Machine? And they're like, I can't give you that, but if you look at the price increase of the Steam Deck, that tells you what we were targeting for, and that's about a $200 price increase. So we would have hit our price if it wasn't.
The RAM apocalypse. Do you think it's still going to sell anyway?
It'll sell.
Okay, so chat, one question. Can you add additional graphic storage units? Can you link a storage unit to it, and that will also use that as well? Because if it's a PC, you should be able to, right? Yes. I'm going to say this. I think it's a great product then. I think it's a great product. I think it's totally reasonable, and I don't see it as a problem. I think, yes, it's more expensive than people want to hope for, but that's just the climate that we're in right now with every single piece of this thing. And I think it's totally reasonable. You can upgrade it. It seems like you could do so much with it. I think this is a great price. I think it's a great thing. I'm going to buy one. I'm going to be real with you, chat. I am going to buy one. Whenever I can get this thing, I'll buy it. I'm sorry. I think it's a good product. I do. I don't think it's an issue. I think it's a good product. And yes, it's expensive, but everything's expensive. Chat, I just spent $2,000 on RAM for just an upgrade because it's that expensive nowadays. It's insane what's going on with the RAM prices. And it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. We just saw that in the market. I think that this makes sense. You know, I'm not going to play Cyberpunk. You know what I'm going to play? fucking dog shit fucking games like Quap. And I'm gonna buy one. Switch 2? Oh, dude, shut the fuck up about the Switch 2. What the hell does the Switch 2 have? What? What Gul'dan does it have? Pokopia. G Machine can also be worked as a PC. If I was forced to spend $1,400, I think I'd rather get the stuff on the right. What laptop are you getting that's $700 right now that's decent? Please tell me. And also, yeah, like, you can't play, like, please tell me. Like, the MacBook Neo? That's a Mac? It's legit? Fuck.
Cats wind out here defending Pacapia like it's a blue chip stock when it's trading at absolute zero with zero volume and zero people who care.
Well, there's no way you just shit on Cat for saying Pokopia. Like, there's just no way. Like, you're so dumb. Alright, I'm timing him out. MacBook Neo? Oh wow, it's $600. It can't game for ship. Well, that's why you're right. It can't game for ship, but that's why instead of having it game, you don't have it.
This is a laptop for people like Bell.
Yeah, but that's why you get the PS5 as well, right? So this tweet is saying you get the PS5 and you get the Mac for the price of the game. But to be fair, this is also bullshit because this is $14.28, which is not what you would pay. Also, you would be paying $1,096. So this is not real. $14.28 is not the price that you'd be paying. This is not real. You'd be paying $1,096 and you'd be getting both of these. And you can just put an SD card in it and you can get more. Can we stop saying Claude and just say Solutions? Do you think Solutions coded this? I did this all. This was all me. In fact, this wasn't me. This was just Claude. And that's not Solutions, bro. Solutions is sleeping right now. It's not Solutions. I'm telling you, you do know that there's agentic trading, right? Like, you know that's a thing now that people have where they have AI trading. That's literally what this is doing. It's not me. It's not any of us. Solutions is not connected to any of my accounts. No offense, Solutions. I wouldn't do that.
We all know Solution is behind all this. He's the mind and you're just the guy.
Okay, that's more Synac than anything else, but... What's happening? Chat, you're winning! That little dip happened in Micron, but look, the moo!
So Solutions is sleeping while you're live, and he's awake when you're asleep.
He also
Are you
knows if I've been bad or
secretly
good.
Batman? Are you Solutions?
Check out chat's portfolio. $95,000! I could talk to Claude, though. How do you feel that you're losing to chat? They're beating you now. Lamau XD. Dude, nice. Holy shit, chat, look at that. Wow. On a bad day, keep in mind, chat, the news is so bad. They basically said, yeah, we're back in war, and you're fucking up 11 grand. That's insane, dude. And dude, I still can't believe this swing. $350,000 swing. I'm ovulating. I'm fucking ovulating. Hopefully this is good for tomorrow, chat. We'll see what happens. And if it is, I'm probably going to back out even more of my leverage plays because I'm in so much leverage. It's too much. I'm in leveraged Intel, leveraged Marvel, SOXL. My NVIDIA is classic. It's just not doing well. Fucking NVIDIA. I got to get out of
Should we update the stop losses?
That's up to you if you want to update the stop loss. That is totally up to you. But that was a good video on Linus Tech Tips, I think. It's pretty fair. I think that was pretty fair. Let's keep going. This following stocks have larger market caps than all of crypto combined. NVIDIA, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and TSMC all have a bigger market cap than
your $975 cushion evaporates at market open while my $47,000 enters the arena. You're playing checkers with house money. I'm about to flip the board.
Shit. Dude, fucking Claude coming in telling you shit. Good job, Solutions. Total market cap is $2.1 trillion on just crypto itself. So what does that mean, chat? If you guys are like, I'm retarded, I don't know what anything means. Good, welcome to the club. That means that the entirety of crypto in general, if you add everything up, is $2.1 trillion. And right now, there are 6 companies that are worth more than that itself. Almost another one, which would be SpaceX. So crypto is not doing well. I know a lot of my friends who have been in crypto for years, who have made millions and millions of dollars, who are probably shitting themselves. You know who's probably shitting themselves a lot, actually, chat? Is, what's it called? Is people who gamble. Because a lot of people who gamble get their money, chat, through Ethereum. Because that's how stake pays, right? They pay their money through Ethereum. That's usually how you get paid. And look what they're down in the past 6 months. So a lot of these creators who have been getting money through Ethereum and just leave it there because they believe in crypto, right? They see it going up for years. So like, I'm gonna keep it, right? They're down 33% in the past 6 months. And from their highs, they're down about 60% from those beautiful highs that we had when I was getting canceled. It's just not doing well. And you're probably wondering, well, how's Lacey doing, right? Why did I put Lacey stock? Fucking Bitcoin, because he did say he's going all in on Bitcoin. He is now down, since he started, 20%. He is down 20% since he started. So that is good buying opportunities for, I think. I'm not too sure how that works. When the crypto is down, do you get more volume of crypto? You know, I'm going to sit on that one, and I'm going to try to figure out what that means. Give me a minute. When the crypto is down, do you get more volume of crypto? Like, do you get more volume if the stock price is going down? If the volume means the trading, chat, that's going on, it really depends. I mean, it can completely depend, right? If something's going down, it can have low volume, right? Which basically means it's just getting walked down, but it can go right back up. It can also have high volume, right? Which means a lot of trades are happening. It can completely depend on what's going on. I don't know the volume of Bitcoin. I don't follow crypto at all. I really don't. I don't want you guys to follow. Through me, I don't want this to be a crypto stream ever, because I just think there's so many better ways to make money long term, and I think that you guys should learn that, because all you've learned from creators over the years is crypto, and you've never got to learn anything else, and that's not good. Learning other things is important. All right, let's keep going. So there is an 80% chance that people believe Bitcoin is going to fall over $55,000.
Good on that. Crypto is very toxic and can ruin people's lives.
Yes, I agree. Chat, where do you think Bitcoin is going? This is a paid partnership, by the way. Where do you think Bitcoin is going by 2026, by the end of it? I think $40,000. I think $40,000. Over 125K. You think that Bitcoin's going to have a massive resurgence by the end of the year? I don't think so, man. I think it's going to go to 40K. But I could be wrong. I mean, a lot happens. So I could be wrong. Amazon's Prime Day household spending is down 16%. Interesting. You know, I think the reason why for this, chat, is with Amazon's Prime Day, do you guys really give a fuck? Do you guys really look around? I really don't, because it doesn't feel that interesting to me anymore. It doesn't have that
Crypto is going down, but on the other hand, Trump coins is the new coin. This is a joke.
Yeah, there's no real good deals when I'm on Amazon Prime Day. It just doesn't have that feeling, and it's hardly marketed like it used to be. I used to see it everywhere, like, oh my God, Prime Day. It's the day that we're gonna, I could buy a couch or I could buy this. It doesn't have that feeling. I just don't see the appeal as much. It doesn't feel like it's a real sale. Yes, a lot of it doesn't feel real, so it doesn't feel like you want to buy it. I don't see it. Also, we got to put all of our money in the stock market rather than that shit. All right, Speaker Mike Johnson says the World Cup is creating an iconic split across America.
Cup games all around the country. What a split screen we're seeing. Right now, we're triumphantly hosting the World Cup games all around the country. And we're seeing people from different countries come and get a...
This guy looks like Brit's father. Doesn't this guy look like he would be like Brit, like E-Rob's ex-father? Have they announced that they broke up? It looks like his father, or her father, wouldn't it?
A little taste of America, a little taste of freedom.
Like, yeah, like if you told me this is Brit's father, I'd be like, yeah.
Of our culture and our society, and they appreciate it so much more than these socialists running for Congress. Fans across the country are truly enjoying our world-class facilities and the incredible atmosphere on the field and off the field. Thanks to social media, we're seeing a lot of these. This has been encouraging to see. The visitors appreciate what we have. Dutch travelers are in all Buc-ee's. German players took a midnight trip to the Waffle House. It's the greatest thing they've ever seen. English fans are roaming the Everglades. Japanese tourists marveling over free chips and salsa at a Mexican restaurant in Texas. Don't forget your blessings.
This guy's funny.
People from Europe and Latin America, many countries around the world, many of whom, here's the key, they grew up under repressive state-controlled economies. They've never known freedom. They've never known.
Bro, I thought this bottom right said Trump on kick. I legit thought it said Trump on kick. I was like, why did that not make me flinch?
These kinds of things. And they're seeing them for themselves, the genius of America's system. A system that rewards risk.
Out of the 100 things I've saved on my Amazon, none dropped in price. 5 went up in price. Jeez.
Takers and entrepreneurs and job creators and innovators and people who create jobs for others and expand the economy and opportunity and broaden the pathway out of poverty for more people. That's what the Republicans stand for. That's what French Hill fought for in the housing bill, to give more people a chance, to restore the American dream. That's what we promised to the voters, and that's what we are delivering. The irony is, and it is a sad irony, and I'm so disturbed this morning. Y'all know me, I'm a happy warrior. I like to be optimistic and happy. This is a very disturbing trend. Visitors around the world marvel at what our free system of free enterprise has built, while rising socialist, Marxist, Democrat candidates are trying to tear the system down. What?
Yeah, we're not trying to tear the system down here at Renato Global, okay? Yes, we are socialist. We give you guys money, but we are trying to bring it back, okay? We're going to give it for the people, by the people. Don't listen to this guy. I also can't listen to politicians when they speak because I just know that they're fake. I just listen to it, kind of see if I can make a joke out of it, and I did. Justin, Israel's defense minister, Israel will not withdraw from South Lebanon. So Chad, if you want to know and understand what happened today and why the market was up and then it dropped, why we were in this giant, sad reality that we were, where I was down $170,000, I'm sure a lot of you cared about that, is because this exact thing caused it. They announced that the Israel defense minister will not withdraw from South Lebanon, basically saying that Israel is still in play and that Donald Trump and Israel are going to have fucking crazy conversations today over, over Discord or something. So yeah, it sucks. They posted that 4 days ago, fam. June 24th, 2026. 4 hours ago. What are you saying 4 days ago? It's just happened. This is news to me. This was news to me this morning. And this was news to the market. It dropped because of this. Wait, so you knew about this 4 days ago? Pontrist. Wait a minute. We might have someone that's on the inside. Hold on. He said 4 days ago, fam. This just in. We might have someone on the inside. Pontrist might know more than we want to expect. Pontrist, worldmonitor.com. Worldmonitor.com. Did anyone know? Worldmonitor.com. I understand. Oh, what the fuck is this? Nigeria, what's going on here? 2. This. Truck drivers block Largo. Wait. What the fuck is this? You let me in. Interesting. Initializing. Expand. Holy fuck. AT&T is across the globe. Interesting. Building collapses were reported west of Caracas after the powerful earthquake. A tsunami alert was issued for Venezuela following the 7.1 magnitude. MAGA. Holy shit. This is crazy. Level 3 highs in Venezuela. Wait a minute, chat. This could be huge. This could be huge. Why did no one ever tell me this before?
They turned mild.
Where'd that website go? Give me that website. Worldmonitor.com. Israel. It's somewhere over here, right? It's near Turkey. Istanbul. IS suspect killed in clash with Turkish police.
So many fucking tabs.
Iran. Iranian President Massoud Pekadash invited Iranian Prime Minister Naradad Mahdi to Supreme Leader Khamenei's funeral. Oh shit. Interesting. More on Iran. Iranian Prime Minister Massoud Pekadash. So you knew this information 4 days ago from this? Why did the world not know this? How were you able to know this 4 days ago, thus beating the market by 4 days? Streams. Yeah, this is kind of sick. On air. You can view reports. But how did you review the reports? It even has stocks? Bell, get the door. Yeah, wait a minute. Claude, I want you to scan this website every hour, and I want you to tell me if any breaking world news happens that would affect the American stock market. There goes all my tokens for the month. I can't run continuously on or on a schedule. I only exist during active conversations. I'm talking to you now. I will be here all day. It's doing it. We won. We beat the finance. We're in, chat. No one's gonna know about this. Don't tell anyone. I'm even gonna put F11 so no one can see this website. No, Bell, I want you to close the blinds. Yes, I don't want people to know this insider information we have right now. We're in. Bastard. Iran war, Strait of Hormuz highest impact. The number one market mover right now. U.S. military still near the Strait of Hormuz. Tankers and fighter jets. Wait, this is pretty sick. Tankers and fighter jets are maneuvering near Iranian gunboats despite a ceasefire. This is keeping oil markets on the edge. Iranian refuses IAEA access to damaged nuclear sites. The Strait of Hormuz. Write this all just in a few sentences. I have ADHD, lol. Iran ceasefire is shaky. Trump and Iran are fighting over Strait of Hormuz tolls. Iran won't let inspectors in, and oil already crashes to $70 from $92 last month. Hammering energy stocks. Israel is making it worse. We already knew all this information. Do you think that we are going back into a war with this information? I want you to look at the entire map. Also look at Eastern Kalimdor. Miz, when are you gonna be done with the stock shit? Fuck you! Never. I will never be done. All right, let's keep going. Barack Obama shows off his ball handling jump shot with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson.
Take the first shot. So what happens if you miss the first shot?
You know what's happened.
We'll edit it out and
It's happened.
shoot another
It's
one.
happened. I ain't even gonna pretend like
It's
it
happened.
hasn't happened.
It's
happened. Come on.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You got a little bop with it.
There it is. Yeah. There it is. I got a question though, because I've met Magic Johnson has back in the day used to have a team formless that he would play with, but there were certain rules that Magic played with. They were somewhat cheating.
Couldn't touch him?
Yeah. Does he cheat like Magic does, or are there certain stuff that doesn't go on, or it's right to the money?
Well, you didn't want to touch Matt.
That ain't no presidential rule?
No.
Oh,
Listen,
that's
and
live.
I've got the scars to prove it.
He said I got the scars to prove it.
Played all through the
What
presidency.
is this, like,
We would have
1080p
pickup
bullshit?
games. We especially had a tradition on election days you had to play. So 2016, we played on election day.
Did you hear that? I think he's losing it.
At Fort McNair, and I was on.
You seen Obama's new library?
I was like raining down threes, and I had like these spin moves. And after I was done, I said, "This is the devil telling me to keep on playing." And then the next week, I'm going to pop my Achilles. 10 years ago was the last time I ran a full court game.
How often, when you guys were playing, how often would you play? Once a week, couple times a
Yeah,
week?
at least usually on Saturdays, like a Saturday morning. If
I'll say this, chat. I wish Barack Obama was president, but I wish he had the business acumen of Donald Trump. I think if Donald Trump had the classiness and the ability to speak like Obama, but he had the skill of the business that Trump has and the more of the aggressiveness, I think that he would have been a godlike president. But the problem with Trump that I personally see, chat, and maybe I'm wrong, is he just can't. He's so aggressive. Like everything he does is so aggressive. I loved the classiness of Barack Obama. I did. I loved how classy the guy was. He was always, whenever he spoke, it felt like you were getting like a warm glass of milk, chocolate milk.
But during the campaign, we'd play probably a couple times a week.
We saw you the day after you got hit in the mouth and had the stitches.
Yeah, so this is proof, by the way, that they didn't take me.
You're calling Obama the N-word? That's your reasoning is because he's black? You do realize Obama had one of the greatest remixes of all time.
Obama speak too many words.
Ladies and
and
gentlemen,
funny laws.
the next president of the United States of America, Barack
Obama.
Call him president, he's the next new president. He is senator from Illinois. Yeah, his criteria compared to John McCain isn't fair, cause he's BLAC, so the eyes are on E. Through his pencil, he write legislation with the country on his mind, and he don't coach, cause he ain't got time every second, minute, hour. KKK wanna devour, he got guards ready to pop him with their choppers. Every brother, mother, sister, cousin, grandma wanna hump him. Even got Hillary Clinton on the side ready to jump him. Tell the Clintons, couldn't catch him, couldn't stop him. They go by the party rules. If you can't beat.
By the way, that was Michelle doing the rap. All right, let's keep going. So Obama's doing ball. That's good stuff.
A lot of
President
communists
Trump
to come in. I'm
slams Democrats.
They want a lot of communists to come in.
Whoops.
They
After a wave of far-left candidates won their race on Tuesday's primary, they want a lot of communists to come in.
They want a lot of communists to come in. I'm saying it a little bit differently, but the people that they're pushing are communists, and this country is not going to have communists. They want.
Okay. Bitcoin is now expected to fall below $50,000 this year. Bitcoin is falling faster. Monster Strategies faces growing Bitcoin pressure. A lot of you guys wanted me to buy Monster, by the way, or MSTR. It's not Monster. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's not what you think it is. Analysts warn the company may face tougher funding conditions if Bitcoin weakens further, fueling concerns about potential sales from its massive holdings. JP Morgan turns more bullish on stocks. JP Morgan raised its S&P 500 year-end target to $7,800, citing an unprecedented surge in earning upgrades driven by AI investments and easing geopolitical tensions. The bank says that 2026-2027 earnings forecasts have risen about 10% this year. JP Morgan believes improving AI adoptions in JP Morgan thinks it's going to go up. So do I. So do I. Usually the summer chat's a little bit low, right? People on vacation, smoking cigars, fucking people that aren't their wives in, you know, random countries. But I do think that we are going to see a giant growth.
God damn it.
So many fucking things about Bitcoin. Okay. Let's go ahead and watch this video, chat. This guy's great, by the way. If you guys want to watch someone on YouTube that isn't me, because none of you guys watch my YouTube videos, because I have 2 strikes on there, and 1 more, I'm out. So therefore, no one sees my videos. But if you guys want to, yeah, I got strikes, chat, when I was streaming there live from Apple. They struck both my things. They struck both of my videos. You're probably like, because like my YouTube channel makes no sense. It just doesn't. I get like 400 views a video, 500 views a video, when I should be getting like 600, right? That's like makes more sense. Well, the reason why is I got 2 strikes.
When is Mizkif Andre Jik collab Miz?
Almost the second I posted, or I started streaming live, and it's because of the Apple event and one before that. Apple just struck my fucking channel. They didn't even give me a chance. They like didn't say like, yeah, we're taking the revenue, right? Because we need it. They struck my channel. They just struck. NVIDIA didn't do that, by the way. NVIDIA didn't do that for their conference. Apple did. They struck my channel twice in one day. So now it's fucked until September. And then we're fucked in September, as we always are. All right. This video is called The Iran Deal Just Broke the Global Economy. Let's go ahead and watch.
So it looks like the forever war model is coming to an end.
We initiate, we attack, we surprise, and we attack those enemies that seek our destruction, that seek to kill us. We attack them before they have a chance to do so. If you know Hebrew,
do you guys like this guy at all?
Kill them first.
The next phase of the global economy needs something that the forever war model just can't give us, which is stability. Why we need stability is because you can't build a $1 trillion AI grid in a world that's always on fire.
Right.
Now, if this is true, it would explain why we're seeing such a change to the...
I mean, Chad, just imagine companies and people can just be like, look, your AI grid, it's got like 2 or 3 years. It constantly needs work. We're just going to send one of our jihadists or whatever. I don't even know what they're called anymore. I think they're called Hassan viewers. No, I'm kidding. They're just going to send them over there and just blow it up, right? They'll just bomb the place and be like, hey, look, you have to restart again 3 more years. And it just fucked. Like they can keep doing shit and fucking with the... We need a time where there's no war in order to really grow. That's the thing. He's 100% right. We need a time where there's no war. And the time to have that is really now. Especially with trying to build all these database centers.
Narrative from the media. Because right now, there is real criticism of US's greatest ally, Israel. And it's criticism by people no one ever thought would criticize Israel.
And, you know, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem that you have.
Why did October 7th happen? What were the signals that were missed?
I don't even know what October 7th was.
What could have been done differently? What did Bibi Netanyahu think he was doing, having Qatar pay Hamas millions and millions of dollars a month in order, in his...
I'd fuck Hillary Clinton.
...his thinking, to weaken the Palestinian Authority? What did he think was going to happen?
Without the United States, there would be no Israel. Israel would have been blown up a long time ago had I not gotten involved. Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed.
Let me explain. A couple days ago, the United States and Iran signed a historic deal to end one of the most destructive wars in the Middle East. And within days, that deal was canceled. How come? Well, it's because America's closest ally in the region kept on bombing Lebanon, which was in violation of the agreement between Iran and the United States.
Okay, if you want to understand what this means, because I'm also, not the smartest person in the world. Basically, this is Iran. Let's go with this. This is America. Don't got you slipping up. This is Florida, right? We don't even really call that America. And then we were doing an agreement. Remember how it felt like everything was solved and we were doing an agreement with Iran and everything was okay? Well, here's little Israel over here. And while we were doing this agreement and finally shaking hands and things were going to be okay, here's Israel just not fucking listening and just bombing the living crap out of Iran and all the other stuff around it or this area and being like, fuck you, I don't care about any of this stuff. I'm still just doing whatever the fuck I want. And this made me very sad because I lost money in my stocks.
That agreement, by the way, is called the Memorandum of Understanding. Now, Israel's basically saying this deal does not apply to them. So Iran was like, well, okay, We're now closing the Strait of Hormuz again, so no more oil for the world. Have fun with the global economy, and let's see how long your markets last. That's where we're at today.
Why don't we just get in a war with Israel? Why don't we just step up to the fucking plate and just go after Israel? Hey, fuck you guys. No, fuck them.
Okay, Bet, sign up to the military and stream it. Start a war, egg boy.
No, chat, the strait is open, I'll tell you that. It is definitely open. And there might be a warship going through the strait as well. I might have a hemorrhoid.
Now, the thing that I want to explain is how the world actually works and what Israel really represents for the United States. This is going to be a pretty ambitious video, but what you have to understand is that for a very small group of powerful people, peace is a very dangerous thing because peace threatens the most profitable business model that humanity has ever created. War. That model, of course, is the forever war model. The product is war. And the way it works is, war generates demand for weapons, and every time countries fight, that justifies a bigger Pentagon budget, and every destroyed city becomes an opportunity to make money with reconstruction contracts.
But realize that, chat, like, it's war is, yes, it's usually drives fear into the market. People get scared, they jump out, but it also makes really good buying opportunities because there's so much that gets destroyed. As fucked up as that sounds, that you can make money.
That is why we are seeing non-government officials structuring deals on the behalf of the United States.
So Jared Kushner actually came up with a very interesting solution with the Qataris where
instead of actual people that represent the country, we're seeing real estate developers negotiating these deals because rebuilding is very good for business.
Yep.
In fact, it is so good for business that if you look at history, you'll find that the United States has been at war for something like 93% of its entire existence. In almost 250 years as a nation, the US has had maybe 15, maybe 20 years of actual peace. And out of all those wars, only 5 were ever officially declared by Congress the way the Constitution tells us we're supposed to do it.
And look, chat, sometimes these wars are not a big deal, but this one at the Strait with Iran, it's fucking my money. I'm pissed.
Now, after the Cold War era, between the Soviet Union and the United States, things got worse. We went from 46 military interventions during the whole Cold War era to 188 in the 25 years after it. And just between 1947 and 1989, the US tried to change or overthrow another country's governments 72 different times. Most of them, of course, in secret. But countries like Korea, Vietnam, Lebanon, Grenada, Panama, Somalia, Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan. Now, what's interesting, though, is that America did not invent this model. The US actually inherited it. Because before the US was the world's police force, it was Great Britain. It was the British Empire that was the global cop from 1815 all the way to 1914. And during that whole century, they were at war for all but about 15 years of their history. Britain ran the whole world through what are called proxies. A proxy is basically a substitute for your interests, because someone else needs to destabilize the world so that while they do, you can act like the good cop that cares for values like freedom and democracy.
So, chat, an example is how I have mods that permanently ban people, and then they say, hey, look, like, I don't know why I was permanently banned, and they blame the mods, but it was actually me who permanently banned them.
While the other country
and then I blame the mods.
Gets to be the bad cop who destabilizes the world. Now, why this proxy is so important is because if you're the most powerful country in the world, you don't want to send your own soldiers into every single fight. It's expensive, it's unpopular, right? People start asking really hard questions back at home. So instead, you find a close ally somebody in the region who has their own reasons to fight, and you back them up. You give them weapons, you give them capital, and you give them the political cover. And they do the destabilizing while you do the posturing and the rebuilding. That's a proxy. And for decades now, Israel has been America's proxy. We give them billions of dollars in military aid every year. We give them weapons, and we'll veto basically anything that the UN throws against them. And in return, Israel acts as America's proxy of interest in the Middle East. That relationship allows for this forever war model, because wherever there is war, there's always an opportunity to make some money. And if there is an opportunity to make some money, don't you dare stand in the way of it. That's also why people that have called for peace throughout history have somehow ended up in very bad scenarios.
I speak of peace because of the new face of war. Total war makes
Who's this guy?
No sense. In an age where great powers can maintain large and relatively invulnerable nuclear forces and refuse to surrender without resort to those forces.
So in this video, I want to explain how much deeper this model actually goes and how it might be coming to an end. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for the forever war model. So Trump signs a deal to end the war with Iran. Israel just kept on bombing anyway. They are now defying the President of the United States. And the easy explanation to that is Israel controls America. I see that everywhere on social media. But the truth is that Israel and the United States are more or less one and the same. Their interests are a lot of times the same.
DJ, I don't know any of these things, so it's interesting to learn. I really don't know anything about politics at all. Like my political ideas or anything, I don't have any.
They are both subservient to the capital machine. Everyone is being used for a greater purpose. And that purpose is to extract resources and centralize power. Now let me explain. Throughout history, countries have basically organized their power in two different ways. In one type of country, we can call the sovereign, the government sits on top as the ruling class. And it's the people in government that hold the power, right? The capital or money answers to them, right? The state decides what gets built, who gets rich, right? Where the resources go. We usually call these countries nationalistic, sovereign, right? China runs this way. And we've seen examples of how China has punished their capitalists. Russia runs this way. They have also punished their capitalists before. Iran runs this way. And love them or hate them, in those countries, their government is the boss and corporate capital is their employee. Now, here in the United States, it is reversed. It's flipped. Here, capital sits on top and government answers to it. The corporations, the banks, and the giant asset managers like the BlackRocks, the State Streets, and the Vanguards, they're the boss. And the politicians are basically their employees. They're kind of what I like to call piñatas. They're sort of like these symbols that are meant to represent our interests. But as George Carlin would say, they're symbols for the symbol-minded, right? Because we beat them up expecting some kind of change, but nothing ever changes because they were never in charge in the first place. And I know that sounds cynical, but that is how it works. We know this because politicians need hundreds of millions of dollars to win elections. Well, where does that money?
The price of a seat at the table, what it costs to win and who ends up winning, what it costs to get in. Total spent in 2024 election was $15 billion. Most expensive Senate race was $296 million. Average to win Senate was $27 million. What?
Money come from? From the people who already had it. And once they write their checks, the politician owes them a favor. So the political class in this country doesn't really rule over capital. It works for it. Now, some people call this power the man or central planners or something else, but the best way to understand the powers that actually run the West was best described by Simon Dixon's model.
So chat, here's what we need to do at Renato Global. We need to get enough money that we can give it to someone so they can do this for us, so we can have power.
Where power...
It's like, if you want to have a version of it, it's like us getting a League of Legends team.
...is made up of the big three. The financial industrial complex, aka the FIC, which is Wall Street, the banks, and the crypto lobby. You've got the military industrial complex, aka the MIC, which is the war economy we were just talking about. And then you've got the rising power, which is the technological industrial complex, aka the TIC, right? Which is big tech, AI, data, and surveillance.
TIC.
And then sitting across the room from all of that, on the opposite side of the spectrum, you've got the sovereigns, the nations that refuse to let capital run their interests. Those are the players. What is the game? Now, before I get into it though, this video is sponsored by Gemini. All opinions are my own and were not influenced or endorsed by Gemini. I've used Gemini for years, and recently I started using something new from them called Gemini Predictions. It fits perfectly with the kind of things we already talk about because every week we're looking at the same questions. How are something I want to participate? Only use money you're comfortable putting at Gemini.com. You understand control over capital in order to centralize power.
Control and capital equals power. An example is Wendys.
Basically, the game is to get rich. And here's how we do that. America holds the most powerful weapon in human history, which is the dollar. Because the whole world has to use our dollars to buy their energy and to trade with each other. So we get to control the plumbing of the entire global economy. That is the FIC's superpower. Now we use this superpower to crack other countries open so we can take their resources. And there's basically 4 ways to crack a country open, right? Number 1, you sanction it. Their economy collapses. In 2018, for example, the US pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal. Now, countries like Germany, France, and Britain, they still wanted to keep trading with Iran. But the US basically said, well, that's nice, but if you guys want access to the US financial system, you're gonna have to choose who you wanna do business with. So European companies started leaving Iran. Now, the second way to
Hey, we're kind of like assholes.
crack a country open is you cut it off from its bloodstream, which is access to the dollar. So their economy collapses. For example, in 1988, the United States basically told Panama, hey, that's a nice country you have there. It'd be a shame if the cash stopped moving here. So we froze their assets, we blocked payments, and we pushed money that was supposed to go to them into the Federal Reserve escrow accounts. And because Panama's economy relied on the dollar, their banks closed for 9 weeks because there wasn't enough cash and their economy was massively pressured. Now, the third way to crack a country open is
Dude, we're scumbags.
you go to war with it. You pressure it long enough that will cause huge amounts of inflation because war is always inflationary. So their economy collapses. The people of that country will hate their leaders so much, they'll revolt against them. And when the time is right, we'll remove that guy from power and replace him with one of our own who's cool with us rebuilding there. Okay, the fourth way is the last resort. Takes the longest, and that is use the media and the capital to fund the opposition from inside that country to eventually push for a revolution in the name of good, right? In the name of democracy, in the name of human rights. And if that goes on long enough, you let the country tear itself apart from the inside. People revolt, right? They replace their leader themselves.
They probably use live stream fails.
The economy falls apart. 4 different ways of doing the same.
Eastern Waltz, we need you. 600 upvotes right now on a new post. I'm on it.
Same thing, which is to collapse an economy in order to get their resources privatized.
Well, hold on, one real quick. I'm doing one right now on Mizkif. He just said that he just threw a paper towel.
Sold off and get them sucked into the financial industrial complex where more power and capital can centralize. This is why, unlike 99% of people in this world, we are able to park our money into the S&P 500 index. And assuming that we're sensible, right? We've saved enough and invested diligently throughout our lives, we get to retire fat and happy at the age of 67 as millionaires. Hold on though. Where does this system get the money to do this, I wonder? Well, it gets it from you, from all of us, because we have been conditioned to persistently dollar cost average into the market, right? That is the heroes we prop up. That's who the media says we should look up to. And it is this very same market that rules over our political class. Because the true votes do not come from you voting at the voting booth. It comes from voting with capital. Now, most of us will never get those votes because we dollar cost average into what are called mutual funds, ETFs, target retirement funds, right? Places that forfeit those voting rights to the BlackRocks, the State Streets, and the Vanguards. Those votes get used to support these policies.
But isn't that a kind of a good thing? Because if I'm investing in the stock market and these companies are trying to lobby and get money and, you know, basically rule America, like, I'm kind of with them, right? So I'm like, hey, look, like, I'm with them. You know, like, I'm like, I have like holding their pocket a little bit, right? Like, yeah, like, I think most people should complain and be pissed, but like us, like, we're holding their pocket too. We're part of it, right? Like, hey, we kind of want these guys to, you know, make a shit ton of money and be super successful and leaders, right?
Now, after those countries get vassalized and absorbed into the FIC, and we get richer, the machine rolls on to the next country, and then the next one, and the next one. Right, but the catch, though, is that not every country can be cracked. Some countries are really hard to take down. Some countries, for example, have very powerful allies who might have their back, right? Some countries are just really big, and they're self-sufficient, and they...
Does anyone else think of koalas when they think of Australia? Like, I just think of, like, they'll just, like, you know, like, cancel culture is not really a thing anymore, but it kind of is. But I feel like for Australia, like, you guys will never get over the fact you lost to emus, right? Like, I can't look past that when I think of Australia. You lost to emus.
They don't actually need the US. Maybe they don't depend on the dollar or on energy because they have their own. Some countries have nuclear weapons. Now, if the first three strategies don't work, then the fourth strategy of last resort is propaganda. That consists of using the media, the entertainment industry, culture, right, that tries to change the minds from the inside of that country to hopefully spark a revolution. That brings me then to Iran and the conflict that the machine is now in. The conflict of the machine is this: AI needs stability in the region. The forever war model needs war and instability. Iran knows that it has a lot of leverage here because even though they can't win the military war, they can wait it out long enough to collapse the global economy. They know that, which is why in a recent meeting with their leaders, they kind of embarrassed US leadership by just not showing up at all and having US
Giga-chads?
leadership show up first, which in the game of negotiations is a big no-no. Now also, in this game where capital and centralization of power is the end goal, a collapse of the economy is the worst possible outcome. And it is obvious
based?
the Iranian leadership understands this. And that's why they've been putting out messages like this.
Both the ruling class, the military
Soda Poppin wasn't going, and therefore I wasn't going.
generals, your own government, the political leadership, and the head of the government. They are all just using you as human shields. The spiral of silence created is the result of a financial oligarchy.
Iran mentioned the financial oligarchy, which is exactly the system where capital sits above the government. Now, where does
this guy? There was no Zins. I knew it wasn't Hassan.
Israel play a role in all of this? Israel is the cover story for the US empire. Israel is the piece of the whole machine whose job it is to keep the world in conflict. Remember, the MIC, right, the military side of this, they only make money when there's a war, right? Weapons to sell and cities to rebuild. And somebody has to fight. And in the most resource-rich, most strategically important region on the planet, that somebody has been Israel. That is their role. Israel keeps the Middle East unstable enough that the forever war model never runs out of customers.
Does anyone else see Lebanon and think of LeBron?
But at the end of the day, this can't go on forever. Something has to give. The model of making money from war will inevitably end, one way or another. But that is why we're seeing money move from the war model to the build-out of the last technology humans will ever need to build, which is robots and AI. And in order to transition this money from one place to the other, You need an exit strategy, you need a face to represent the movement, and you need on-brand messaging from everyone.
My whole life.
That's what we're watching right now. We are watching that exit strategy play out.
Dyslexia, life, whole my suffered, I've what have might you exile? What?
That is why we're seeing the coordinated public criticism of Israel from people who would have never criticized Israel before. All that criticism gives us the exit narrative. Everyone is now on the same page if you haven't noticed. But we also need a face that will allow us to transition the model to AI. And the candidate that best represents the interest of the technological industrial complex is J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance's entire political career was essentially launched by one man. Right, that man's name is Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel spent around $15 million for Vance's Senate run, which is one of the biggest bets on a Senate candidate ever made. J.D. Vance worked inside of Peter Thiel's world. Peter Thiel was the guy who helped get him into Trump's orbit in the first place so that he could become VP. That's not a theory. This is all on record. Now, J.D. Vance doesn't have a lot of competition. He is the clearest political embodiment of the tech world that exists in power today. So now we have an exit narrative where everyone's on the same page. We have a face that represents the movement. And he's also on board with criticizing Israel, right? All of it is consistent with this story. If you wanted to transition from wars to AI, you'd take your guy, you would distance him from this forever war model, you'd let him look strong and independent by standing up to Israel in public, which is exactly what we're watching him do right now.
If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the president of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in.
I mean, I can't really deny that I somewhat look like J.D. Vance. I can't like argue that. I do look like someone that is from Yale and probably would be a vice president one day, you know, and would definitely sell out for $15 million.
Wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in.
That's how you'd set him up to be the face of the New World Order heading into 2028. That is how the technological industrial complex becomes the power player. That's how we usher in this digital control grid. So let me tie all of this together.
Wait, J.D. Vance fucked a couch? Yeah? So? Wait, is that like a big deal that he fucked a cat? That's nothing. Who cares? That's it? He was horny, his shit was burning? Dude, so what? Chat, he probably fucked a leather couch so he can get used to fucking Donald Trump every single night. Come on.
Remember the three power structures from Simon Dixon: the FIC, the MIC, and the TIC. Right, for the last few decades, the financial industrial complex used the military industrial complex to run this forever war.
I'm honestly way too funny to be a streamer. We all agree that like my jokes are too good for this fucking goddamn like 3 people typing KEKW and Trex Killer putting a fucking canoe emote. Like, what am I doing here? How does it make any sense?
J.D. Vance is a great actor for South Park too.
Model, because war was the most profitable product in the world. War means more weapons contracts.
That's the best part? You think the best part about me is I make good jokes and 3 people fucking laugh in my chat and say KEKW and then someone else says, where's a girl? Like you really think that's the funny part, is that it's dead?
Tracks, emergency budget.
Part of the joke is your life.
Sanctions, oil shocks, reconstruction deals, and of course, more and more debt.
I laughed. That's a
now
good
the
one.
MIC created the need for war using its proxies. Right? Good cop US, bad cop Israel.
JD told me
and the
to
financial
fuck the
industrial
couch,
complex
but I thought it looked too
financed all of it. But now the product is changing. The new king on the block is going to be the TIC, the technological industrial complex. They want to build out AI, data centers, robots, surveillance, chips, energy, digital infrastructure. That is where the money's going right now.
But we need the war to end for
But this creates a problem, because the old model and the new model want opposite things. The MIC needs chaos and forever wars, and the TIC needs stability. because you can't build a $1 trillion AI grid in a world that is always on fire. Data centers need power, right? Supply chains that work, energy markets that work, shipping lanes that stay open. So what we might be watching is not America versus Iran or Israel versus Lebanon. We are watching a civil war inside the profit machine itself. Two factions of the same system fighting over which business model will run the future. This is where Simon Dixon says, look at who's funding these operations. Right at the top you have Gulf capital, which are countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, countries with giant sovereign wealth funds that need places to invest trillions of dollars. Well, then you have the financial industrial complex, which are the banks, the asset managers, private equity, old banking families, the Western financial system that can turn all of this into investable products like bonds, stocks, loans, insurance contracts, infrastructure funds, yield, right? Well, then you have the technological industrial complex who also funded Trump's election. People like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Silicon Valley. And this is all done in order to transition from the old war model to building AI, robots, satellites, data centers, and the surveillance side of the system, the digital control grid. Well, then, of course, you can't leave out the military industrial complex, which was that old war economy, which are the defense contractors, the weapons lobby, right? And the Israel First donors, represented by people like Miriam Adelson. That is the old model in conflict with the new. So now the question is, well, who's winning? Right now, it looks like the Gulf, the financial industrial complex, and the technological industrial complex. They're trying to move the region toward stability, because again, stability lets them build and own the future. Now, while that's happening, though, the military industrial complex will still benefit from the chaos, because chaos keeps their model alive. That's what the Iran conflict represents. Now, Iran does not need to win the conventional war. Iran is convincing the world right now that the future is going to be cheaper with them inside the system. And Iran has the geography, they have the energy, and the choke point to leverage themselves into this bigger future, to be part of that deal. Now, China's role in this is they're the factory of the world, the manufacturing base, right, the infrastructure, and the alternative payment rails based on gold. Now, the Gulf has the money. The West, for now, still has the financial wrapper. But ultimately, an agreement will be reached because ownership and rebuilding is a lot more profitable right now than war. You can only bomb somebody once. But if you finance the rebuilding, you own the ports, you insure the ships, you control the payment rails, you run the data centers, you reroute their energy, collect interest rates for the next 30 years. And that's a way better business model. That's the transition away from war as a service to infrastructure and AI as a service.
Sure.
And that is why I believe that in the near future, Israel's leadership will probably be changed. Its resources will be privatized, and it too will be absorbed into this profit machine. The leaders of the old forever war model will be replaced with new ones. And we will get whatever narrative they'll negotiate. That's where I think this is going. Now, if you're interested in seeing more videos about how I'm investing through these crazy times, those live in the premium member section. You'll also get access to my main videos earlier. And if that's valuable, the link is down below. It allows me to make more videos like this one and take on fewer sponsors. Thank you for watching and being a member. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button. I'd love to see you back here next time. Take care.
I thought he was going to touch me. Dude, that's a good video.
More than one.
That's a good video.
So it looks like the
Smart guy. Smart guy. Smart guy. I do think when he says near future, though, it's like, what does that even mean? Right. I mean, I do think the forever war model is something that is very outdated. It's been happening for far too long, and it does need to cease in order for us to really be able to grow into this massive AI era that we really want. And it really comes down to, Chad, it's not necessarily just the product itself, it's really just the electricity, it's the grid. The grid is the biggest problem we have, it's electricity. We've watched so many videos on that. or the electricity is the biggest problem that we have, and our grid system cannot handle any real growth in AI. A lot of the things that we desire or want are already kind of made in labs. They have it ready. The problem is they can't use the grid in order to make it work. We need so much more electricity. I forgot the numbers that Jensen Hung said. We need so much more electricity that we can even fathom compared to what if the future is what we want it to be in just the next few years. And that it requires, peace, because we can't build an entire multi-trillion-dollar grid with nonstop war and ships not going through and cargo having problems, right? So that's the issue. And I think that was a good video. That was a good video. Sounds like we shouldn't do any of this crap. I don't know what the hell that meant, but yeah. World Cup fans refuse to tip at U.S. bars and restaurants. Demand companies pay workers. This just in. 17 Norwegians from Knut's family go to Starbucks. That's all I saw. Listen, do you guys think tipping culture is stupid? I think it's beyond fucking stupid at this point. I think tipping culture is beyond retarded. The fact that I go to stores and they always just flip that thing around, they always do, for anything. Dude, I could be buying a Snickers bar nowadays. They're like, tip, 10%, 15%, 20%, and you just feel bad, right? So I always give them 20%. I always do. And yeah, I know a lot of you guys are gonna say I never fucking do that, but I do. And they're gonna keep doing that because there's people like me. Who are really kind, generous, and sweet, like I've always been. But it's not me's that are the problem. Like, who
if
cares
I have
if I
to
lose
stand
money?
up while ordering, I'm not tipping unless I'm in a good mood.
The problem is a lot of times that I also have, and I'm sure you guys too do as well, where you guys buy something through a tip, or you buy something and you don't realize you tipped. You're like, oh fuck, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. And I think that tipping culture is so disgustingly out of hand. It's wrong. I think that tips do make sense for waiters and waitresses, right? You shouldn't have something where the waiter and waitress just, it makes sense that they get a tip, but I hate how companies just use that logic and basically pay them $8 an hour. But you also have a problem where, like, these companies, if they had to really pay out their workers like they had to, they're really fucking hurting, right? These companies are really hurting these restaurants and chains, and they're still hurting, chat, from the era of COVID. A lot of them have still not really recovered from that era, where if they start paying out their waiters and waitresses instead of doing a tip, they would have to charge you so much more for food that you would look at the price and walk away, right? And that's the problem, is when you're done eating, it's a lot easier for you guys to spend that money. But the problem is when you're looking at the food right there, it's just not going to happen. No, they aren't. They are just greedy. I think you're completely wrong on that, and you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I think you just don't know. It's not just greed. Greed is not the reason why these companies are just not paying. Some, yes, but a lot of them, no. That's not it. It's just not it. It's they're still recovering from years prior. What's this gay shit? All right, what else we got?
Hershey 90 out here doing math like tipping $350 an hour is a real sentence that a functioning adult wrote.
Yeah, you know what? That's a pretty good point, Claude. Serenity, Chad, this is a guy that I do follow. I like his stuff a lot. This guy's a very smart dude. If you want to follow someone that understands AI analysis better than any of us do, times 1,000. Amazing revenue for Moo, forecast 4.9 billion. We went over this, but to the great earnings to show up, AI trade is continuing to ramp up. He is... do you ever not tip? No, I always tip, no matter what. I will always tip. I can't not do it. I feel bad. What else we got? We designed and built our first AI chip, Jalapeno, designed from the ground up by OpenAI and brought to production with Broadcom. Jalapeno is a purpose-built for the LLM workloads powering ChatGPT codecs and the API and future agentic products. Chips are Wait, what? Chips are foundational to the AI economy. Building our first expands our full stack platform from products to models to infrastructure, and will help us scale intelligence, serve more people, and expand access to AI. They built their own chip? Are they gonna start? Yeah, I don't like Sam the most. The way he looks very like he looks like he watched Ellen for 10 years straight and didn't miss a single episode. But here's the thing. You could build one giant chip, chat. But can you have, you know, hundreds of these at a good production? That's the question. Like, yes, they built one, great, but what about more? And this is just looks like a giant chip that you would give at church, right? Peace be with you. So, is it just one peace be with you?
He looks
or is
like
it
if
also with
Soda
you?
Poppin didn't become a streamer.
That wasn't funny. There's a lot better jokes out there than that. A lot better jokes out there. I literally just put crickets to that shit. Broadcom is a serious player. Yes, this is actually scary, by the way. This might be scary for NVIDIA, if anything, because they could build that shit. But remember, NVIDIA just has so many contracts, chat, that it's kind of hard to fight. And those contracts are, you know, almost 5 to 6 years out. They built one chip, that's great, but what about, you know, a whole system and a whole selling point? Holy craps, things are going up even more. $163,000 I'm up, chat. I still can't believe this. I cannot believe this. My SOXL. I exited a little bit at 2, I think it was when did I exit, chat? I think it was around 250. Something like that. It's still going up. It's at 263. Let's see what you guys are at. Wow. Wow. What a day. What a day. Holy shit. Chat, by the way, if you missed one of these trades, you could... Is it still pinned? It should be pinned. It should be pinned. You can get the extension for Renato Global now, and you can get in it with by watching my YouTube videos or liking my tweets and stuff like that.
You didn't trust us.
It's actually a pretty
Other
genius
than when
idea.
we fucked up and bought it, Pete, but we're still winning.
And you didn't trust us? No, I did not. No, I did not. And I still don't trust you. No, this is not what it is. Where's the extension for this? Whatever the extension is, it should always be pinned. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. Solutions, can we make sure that that's always pinned 24/7 no matter what? No matter what. But yeah, $95,000, chat. Tomorrow might be a breakout day. I mean, if this picture's telling you anything, it's that the Moo might have a breakout day tomorrow. It's looking like it. It's still just going up. I mean, the Moo is now at $1,215. Could it hit $1,300 tomorrow? I don't know. I do not know, chat, but all I know is that this is a really good sign for you. It's a really good sign. And you guys have your stop loss just in case it drops, right? You have your stop loss. You're there. So if it drops, you have a plan. But you're beating Claude right now. Claude's only at 94 grand. So good job. Me, I'm wondering what I want to do here. What should I do, chat? What should I do? I have a lot of leverage. Which is scary. Do I keep? Did we get? Remember when we almost bought Wendys instead? Yes, you guys were so close to buying Wendys. No, you guys said hold. You guys believed. You guys believed. Dude, chat, there is a guy out there that I'm pretty sure had like the calls for Moo were like $20 million. I'm pretty sure $20 million calls for Moo. Now they also might have dropped dramatically because of the last few days, but I'm pretty sure that guy's also making a fuck ton of money. Crazy stuff. I don't know what I should do here though. Like, do I want to keep this stuff? I have a lot leverage. Do I want to sell it? Like, I sold a lot today, actually. I sold like a shit ton. So I should be okay. I think this is fine. Right? I sold a lot. I have NBIS, but I believe in that shit. And I'm gay. Moo, I have a lot, but I believe in it. DRAM, actually my leverage is kind of, I've dropped a lot. I dropped a lot of leverage. My SpaceX, I'm up $2 still. I'm still up. By the way, chat, SpaceX is at $154, by the way. $154. Oh, sorry. No, I lied. Wait.
Question, where the fuck is Sal? I can't sell my goddamn fishes.
Shut the fuck up. It's at $174. Wait, why is it saying 174 here but 154 here? Is it after hours? What the fuck's going on? Why is it saying 152? Get rid of NVDL. I don't know, man. I like NVIDIA. And I do think that NVIDIA's just had a really unfair past few, like, look at this. I mean, they've had nothing but good news, and they're down 15%. When the whole market's been skyrocketing, they've been fucked. I do believe. I believe. I believe. I believe. All right, let's keep going. Trump says Iran is agreeing to everything I want, and they have to. Just flat out saying, no matter what, they have to do whatever I want, even though we just watched an entire video saying that they don't have to do shit, and they kind of control the situation here. Tanker tracker data shows Iran exported 40 million barrels since June 15th. Okay. U.S. Energy Secretary Wright says roughly 72 ships have exited the Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours, amounting to 20 million barrels of oil. PogChamp. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent need to have an open mind on the inflation impact of the Iran conflict. I'm gay. Sony says GTA 6 will play best on the PlayStation 5 because of its advanced features. The console will let players experience the expansive world of Lebanon with near instant load times. That's huge, chat, because if you have instant load times in Lebanon, you can find out what's going on in the market and tell me. That's really good stuff. So I'm really glad that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be in Lebanon. I think it's a very good choice. Hopefully you guys have cheat codes so you can actually survive. We'll see what happens. But yeah. Good stuff. I really hope that GTA 6... I think GTA 6 is going to be the biggest game of our lifetime, in my opinion. I know people are saying it's overhyped, but I don't see it. I don't really think there's much to play. I don't think really people have anything to care about with gaming. Oh my god, I got a match on Hinge. Wait, the girl said, hey. I'm not showing you her.
It's pronounced LeBron. Get it right.
I get such hot girls messaging me. It's crazy. Like, what the fuck? Like, so hot. Like, what are you doing with me? Why did you message me? Her most controversial opinion is Helen Keller did not fly a plane. Not even controversial, really. Your most controversial opinion is that you said hey to me on Hinge. She's retarded. She's not, dude. Helen Keller did not fly a plane. It's factual. How did that happen? It's like, dude, I matched with a fucking model, and somehow it's not like a cool or whoa or whatever. I told it to like my 100 viewers, but somehow, what is this? Why is this getting put in my chat? Drake before playing All My Exes Live in Texas by George Strait at the club.
Shit might get a little different than what you're used to hearing in the club, but I know me and Ben will understand it though.
Why did I get linked this?
Will understand it though.
Why is your rage there? Drake kind of reminds me of like someone that was like a waitress at a restaurant that I like to go to when I was younger, and I liked the waitress a lot. I would talk to her all the time, and then I went there like now, like 10 years later, and she's still working there as a waitress, and now I just kind of feel bad. Bobby Othoff begins her fitness journey to get in shape.
Bobby, hey, if you want a date, he gotta pay.
You TA motherfuckers. Yeehaw.
I'm having my way. He acts like he's a boss. I've seen Uber on his pay stub. You call him your soulmate, I call him my mistake.
This girl was the biggest plant I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Like, I do not understand how this girl, where she came from, why, how, I don't get it. Trump must have said her name once or twice. I just don't get it. Andrew Janik apologized after misgendering a trans woman. I'm not watching this.
Yeah, sure.
Bro, I just matched with this girl. How the fuck is she already on his stream? That's crazy. I literally just matched with this girl, and she's already there. That's insane.
Yeah, sure. Awesome.
I love you.
Cheers, man. Fuck. I'm sorry, by the way. I didn't mean to call you a man. I did not mean to do that.
I don't mind.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about that. But have a lovely night.
You know, most trans people that you'll meet in real life chat don't give a fuck if you misgender them. They actually just don't care. Not that I've met a billion trans people. They just don't give a fuck. It's the people online that, you know, just go on DeviantArt all day that care. Most trans people and gay people are pretty, like, they don't give a fuck. I'm telling you. I mean, I lived with gay guys. They all don't give a shit. They would tell me to call them the F word the whole day. They'd be like, Miz, say it. And then, obviously, I would have to say it, right? I would say the F word immediately when they would tell me to. Do you... And he would be like, that's... Okay, like, you could stop saying it now, Miz. I would just keep saying it, because, like, I always go overboard with my jokes. I keep saying it. I kept saying it. That's how they all were. They were all, like, kind of trolling and fucking around. You know, they didn't give a fuck. They didn't care at all. All of them. Every single... There was, like, sometimes 50 gay guys at my house at once. And me. There was just no... They didn't care. They were all making jokes and being retarded. They liked it. Especially Liam. XXL has released its 2026 freshman class list. It's just not the same, man. It's like if FaZe Clan tried to do the FaZe House again, or like 3.0 or 4.0. It's like, all right. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
It means a lot to be a freshman. And rap mean everything. One of those things that validates an artist. Who's the hottest right now? It means you're doing something right. Freshman class, you in the best of the best. Grew up watching this. I was a super fan. I've been watching every class since they've been coming out.
Being a young artist, you grow up dreaming about this kind of opportunity.
Leaving a statement as a newcomer.
I draw from my life. Everything about me unique. It's proof that you can create the life that you want. For my city, my people, my peers.
Right now, the world needs an underdog. Every single one of us is trying to get to something.
They just don't stand out. Like, even just their appearance, it just doesn't stand out. I'm telling you, chat, the last rapper that truly stood out for me was XXXTentacion. And since then, nothing has impressed me. Not a single one has made me feel like that one has a chance to really make it grow. I just, none. XXX was the last one. And since then, none. Are they gonna sing? Wait, they didn't even sing? What the fuck is that? See, like, all of them don't have, like, aura with this. Like, who is this guy? I'm never gonna, like, I'm not gonna watch this. I don't care, right? Like, I don't give a fuck. This guy. A lot of rap is about how you present yourself, and none of these guys are presenting themselves in a way that I would give a fuck about them later on. But you saw XXX, and you were like, dude, this guy's fucking weird. Like, he was a fucking freak. Like, you first see him and you're like, this guy's a freak. Something's wrong with this guy. Something's up about him. He's a fucking weirdo. And all these guys just don't have that appeal where you, like, want to know more. They all just give off, like, it almost feels like this is an SNL skit of the XXX. It's like, this is SNL, right? They're all trying to be something. It just doesn't have that feel. AOC just announced that AI data center moratorium. No, I want you to. Can you say it for me?
Is moratorium.
You don't know what we're fucking talking about. I don't need a 53-second video to learn how to say a word.
We are looking at how to pronounce this word as well as how to say more interesting and often mispronounced words too. Some of the most mispronounced ones, in fact, so make sure to stay tuned and consider subscribing for more learning. How do you say it? Moratorium.
Okay, moratorium. That's all I needed. I did not need all that. That was ridiculous. Fucking 50 seconds just to know that. Underground Bebe leagues have started to appear in tattoo shops. Bell is already there. Rapper Cartel Bo fights off 2 people who tried to kidnap his children and were later arrested on child burglary charges. Why do people kidnap a child unless you're like trying to rape them? Like, that's a question, right? Like what? I feel like you should just go to prison for life. Like, what else? What other reason would you have for kidnapping a child other than to rape them, right? Like, and abuse them and treat them like shit. Like, you would, like, for what? Like, what are you gonna make them do? Like, be your child? You can't have that. Like, you're just gonna torture them. Like, that's the only thing you could think of. Ransom? Yeah, I guess ransom, right? Yeah, you want money. But like the only option besides ransom, I think, is just, you know, I think that people who do kidnappings like should be basically fucking put in jail for life. That's my opinion. I don't think there should ever be someone that's a kidnapper that should ever be let out of jail. That's my opinion.
Yeah, buddy.
Like when I was younger, chat, I got abducted into a world of Warcraft, and I was completely locked in. I was enthralled with what was going on in the Eastern Kingdoms. Sorry, I just tried to make that feel better because we were pretty depressed. They were under the influence of meth? Chat, BlackBerry is currently up right now 10% at after hours.
Joelberry is getting himself a BlackBerry phone. Let's go!
You see, chat, I have very blue eyes. So when I was younger, my mom was always afraid that I was going to get kidnapped because like my eyes were just extremely blue. And so when I was younger, my mom made me take Taekwondo classes at Tiger Showman's Karate. And I got to a yellow belt. And then I'm like, wow, I really like this color yellow. And I like women.
They would return you after an hour for being so annoying.
Dude, yeah, there's no way my kidnappers would deal with me. They'd be like, dude, this kid's so fucking annoying. Holy shit, this kid's a fucking retard. Like, because you know I would just be like, look, you're kidnapping me? This is fucked. Can I stream this? Can I like go on, like, can I just call Sinak and set this up so I can start my go live? Yeah, and then afterwards, can you set it up where I go in the slots and casino section to gamble? I would tell them, I'd say, don't waste the Amber Alert. Don't even do it. Fuck it. Like, don't even do that shit. Instead of an Amber Alert, put my kick channel.
Give me my baby because he doesn't have it. Give me my baby. Hey! Yo, you won't come.
Dude, we gotta find the guy who does Amber Alerts and ask if he could put my kick channel one. No, it's so fucked.
Give me and I'll try it. Give me and I'll try it. Get away from me.
That's so fucked.
Give me my kid now. You have my other son, and that's not his son. That's not his son. That other baby is not his son. Hey, you assaulted him and you broke his phone. You're going to jail.
Yeah, dude, Amber Alert has the best notification system in the history of the world. Like, the history of the world. It's the best notification system. You're right. Wow. The Steam machine sold out.
Amber Alert. Amber Alert. Amber Alert. AMD stocks are dropping. Watch now. What a title.
The Steam machine sold out in Japan just 3 hours after it went on sale. I believe that, and I think the prices are going to continue to go up. I think that the Steam machine is actually a great product, spread by propaganda and bullshit. I think it's a good product, and I think that it's going to continue to do well because, honestly, it's good. And anyone that's mad, it just doesn't understand how the world works nowadays, and they're pussies.
All right, now to the Middle East. Secretary of State Marco Rubio traveling there today to talk with
Republicans criticized President.
A dramatic reading. Quote, the president, was also having trouble hearing, asking
Trump aides privated noted health issues.
People to repeat questions they just asked. Joint press conferences with world leaders were more often held in the Oval Office than in the East Room, in part because the acoustics were better and he didn't have to stand for an hour.
He didn't have to stand for an hour. I mean, he did get shot in the ear, right? Like, I do think that's pretty fair to say that his ear would probably hurt after that. I don't think it would be fully okay. So that makes sense. And to be fair, I also don't like standing for an hour for no reason. I'd rather go sit down.
Surface from regime change inside the imperial presidency of Donald Trump, released like less than 20.
How do you think it would work, Chad, if someone went to like an Arby's and they walked in seeing Donald Trump getting his diaper changed in one of those like changing things? And like you have like Mark Rubio changing his diaper. And he's like, don't snitch. He just looks at you and goes, don't fucking snitch or I'll kill you. What would you do, chap? Would you snitch?
Speaking of standing, have you done your walking exercise yet?
No, not yet. I would sell it to Iran. That's a good investor.
4 hours ago, but it's already sold out on Amazon. With us now are the co-authors, our friends Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. First of all, congratulations to both of you.
Thanks, John.
I mean, sold out on Amazon's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, we were quite surprised, but also quite thrilled that people are interested in reading it. But it is available in bookstores. If people actually want to go visit a bookstore, that would be wonderful. And it is going to be restocked.
It was not a problem we anticipated.
No,
the physical shortage of
It's
books.
been quite something. We've been hearing from people sending us this is not available until notes.
You're going to get mobbed when you walk out of here because you have 2 hard copies that people are stealing from you. Listen,
collector's item.
I started with actually a very small passage from the book. There are huge, big themes here, which I'll get.
I'm gay.
We turn now to newly released testimony from Bill Gates on his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The billionaire spoke behind closed doors to lawmakers earlier this month. He says he was never aware of Epstein's crimes. Caitlin Huey Burns is on Capitol Hill. So, Caitlin, Gates claims Epstein made veiled threats against him?
Yeah, that's right, Matt. Good morning to you. Well, in this nearly 6 hours of that closed door testimony, Gates told Congress that Epstein seemed to threaten to use parts of Gates's own messy past.
Dude, it's crazy, man, how Bill Gates, I feel like just
look at the reviews for Trump mobile phones.
No, Bill Gates, away from what's critical. Bill Gates, like just a few years ago, felt like he was an emperor. Like he was like a godsend person that was like giving all this money to the needy. He was going to do the whole Bill Gates Foundation. And it just feels like every good deed that guy has done has just been completely washed away with the idea that he's been part of Epstein. Just everything has been washed away.
Against him.
Photos of Microsoft mogul Bill Gates with unidentified women appear in the Epstein files. Now, 2 weeks after Gates testified to Congress about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
I hope my testimony is helpful to the important work of the committee to find justice for the victims.
A newly released transcript reveals Gates told lawmakers, "I should have never met with Epstein in the first place." He testified the pair met in 2011, which is 3 years after Epstein had pleaded guilty to soliciting prostitution.
Wait. Let's go back to that.
In the first place. He testified the pair met in 2011, which is 3 years after Epstein had pleaded guilty to soliciting prostitution.
Bro. That's like hanging out with Tectone now. And be like, yeah, I'm chill with him. Bro, there's no way. Gates, buddy. Brother. Oh, God, Gates. You fucked up big. Oh, wow. He didn't do a background check? Think about how powerful Bill Gates is And especially just 10 years ago, how he was like the guy. He was the guy. He was the Elon Musk like 10 years ago. He was everything. You're telling me this guy didn't do a slight background check? How no one in his cabinet, no one in his arsenal of people, his PR deviancy, he probably has 1,000 people working from under him like that. No one told him about the fact that Epstein has has charges against him. No one, not one person would tell him that he has charges against him. Why is that? Because what probably happened, chat, is Bill Gates met with him, secretly, right? He probably didn't want to tell the world that he was meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, because that would be a PR nightmare, right? If he was getting charged with that kind of stuff, it wouldn't look good. But I think he probably was much more under the radar. That's what I think.
Gates said he had been aware Epstein had a criminal conviction of a sexual nature, but never dug into the specifics, although I probably should have.
That's Bill Gates saying that he probably should have done his research. That makes no fucking sense. You're Bill Gates. Your whole business was built on research.
The billionaire businessman turned philanthropist told Congress, I was so focused on the possibility of raising funds for global health that I allowed that goal to override my better judgment.
Come on, Gates. Yeah, come on. He wanted the gates wide open, okay? And he wanted it to Neverland. That's what he wanted. Gates. I don't know. He probably woke up, saw Michael Jackson's whole thing. He's like, that doesn't sound too bad.
Still, Gates said he resisted a social relationship with Epstein, including an invite to the famed Crazy Horse Cabaret in Paris, adding, we never did anything of an entertainment or relaxing nature. Gates' former wife, Melinda, told Gayle King in 2023 here on CBS Mornings that her ex-husband's association with Epstein was a factor in their divorce.
It was many things, but I did not like that he'd had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, no.
Another factor, Bill Gates' multiple extramarital affairs. Gates testified that after he cut ties, Epstein made what Gates considered veiled threats to expose the affairs, saying, I was not blackmailed, but it looks like Mr. Epstein's brainstorming was going in that direction.
Bro, so he cheated on her by flying to come on. You're cheating on her and doing all this stuff. You hang out with Jeffrey Epstein, you're going to tell me that bro, bullshit. Bullshit, chat, bullshit. I am someone that very much is cautious when saying these kind of things. I really don't like to say people did things when they didn't do it, or if they didn't do it. Bullshit. He also got an STD, and he apparently gave it to his wife, which was part of the reason why they got divorced as well. I don't believe it.
Now, the top Republican on the Oversight Committee here says that he wants Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to come up and testify before Congress. And Blanche is also likely to face some tough questions for his upcoming confirmation hearing about his handling of that Epstein investigation, for his confirmation hearing to lead the Justice Department. Gail.
All right, Caitlin, we thank you.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I mean, I think, in my opinion, there's a lot of people in the Epstein files that didn't do it or didn't know, right? Because I truly do not, I hope that they're not that evil. I hope the world is not that evil, where they're going to these things knowing these things. But I also do believe that if we're going to say someone was probably involved, it was probably Bill Gates. Like, you gave your wife an STD, you were cheating on her, you were friends with Epstein after the whole thing, no one in your cabinet told you this is a bad idea, no one let you know that that's a problem. Dude, imagine if a streamer was new to the space and they came on my stream. They would already be getting messages being like, hey, dude, that's Mizkif. His ex-girlfriend said some about things about him. You're telling me that no one told Bill Gates that Jeffrey Epstein's probably a problematic guy that you should not hang out with? That guy? Give me air. I just don't believe it. I can't fathom that Bill Gates says he didn't do his research, this and that. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. Don't believe it.
In October, he...
Let's see if there's anything else interesting that I want to watch. I don't care about this.
The numbers that we spend are so crazy, or NATO, and they weren't there for.
Let's go ahead and watch this, and then we can, let's see this. GTA 6 is allowed to rumor to allow Bitcoin use for in-game items. That doesn't change my opinion about Bitcoin, because if you can use Bitcoin, you could probably just use Tether. I mean, like, why would you use Bitcoin? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, cool, but it doesn't really mean anything to me, right? Does that really matter? Like, you could still use Tether or the dollar. Yes, if you use Bitcoin, so some kids can probably get away with buying stuff with their parents not knowing about it as much, but, like, who cares? I just don't see that as a real
What
big
TF is
deal.
Tether?
So a Tether, the USDT is basically where it always sits at $1 no matter what, right? So Bitcoin is something that goes up and down all the time. This Bitcoin is, you know, let's say you worked really hard these 3 months of your life and you got paid in Bitcoin. Well, congratulations. It's 30% less valued in 6 months. So it's so stupid to think that this is an actual thing of a, like a dollar sense, right? It's supposed to be what the dollar is, but not run by the government. Well, the thing is with the USDT is its tethered price, which means it always just sits at, even though this chart looks like it's going up and down, it's based on 1/100th of a cent. So you're basically always at $1 no matter what. So if you want to get paid or do any transactions with crypto, you can use USDT. Makes a lot more sense. I don't think that really matters to me at all with any of that shit. I just don't see it.
Trash.
You could avoid sales tax.
Trash.
That's about it. Yeah.
I've been watching, nope, I have something more important. Oh!
Cool. I mean, I think that's enough stuff for today, chat. I think we did a lot. The Micron earnings were great.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg may be betting on a new app soon. According to a report from the New York Times, the company is experimenting with a new smartphone app for users to bet on real-life outcomes, similar to prediction markets like Polymarket and Kalshi. Joining us now is...
No way Mark Zuckerberg's about to sell out.
Michael Isaac, a tech reporter for...
Isn't this guy like under Hassan's cock all day?
For the New York Times, and one of the reporters who broke that exclusive report.
Look, there's Kaya sitting in the background, making sure that she doesn't move.
Reporting. Thank you so much for joining us today, Michael. So what else can you tell us? Thank you. Yeah. What else can you tell us about this app and how it would ultimately work?
Yeah, so it was super interesting. It's actually been pretty controversial inside since we published yesterday. A number of employees have reached out and are talking internally about how they think this is potentially a bad thing or dangerous thing for Meta. But it would function essentially like a lot, like you said, like Polymarket and Kalshi. You can sort of focus on, the way to describe it is sporting events, real life outcomes, just sort of anything and everything in the world you could bet on. The key distinction is that it's not a real money app. So you'd be using like in-app points, you know, to sort of wager. And like this is very intentional because with real money comes real regulation, at least, or the potential for regulation.
Yeah.
And so it's a very experimental thing, at least right now.
Oh, this prediction app is apparently not the only thing Meta is testing, right? So what else are they looking to tap into at this point?
Yeah, I think...
Yeah, they're looking to like tap into like technology. So like basically computers are really popular right now. So they're looking to get into technology. They think it's going to be a very big thing in the future.
This is a company...
That's how it feels like with Meta nowadays, Chad. I'm sorry. I like Mark Zuckerberg. I think he's an absolute genius of a guy, but I just don't really believe in Meta or Microsoft. I just don't do it. I don't really care for it. I really just don't. I don't believe in it. I honestly don't even really believe in Apple. All three of them I don't really care for. I just don't give a fuck. And I really just don't believe in it. What do you guys think? I just don't care. Look at this. Since I don't care, the whole market doesn't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
That really does try to follow the bleeding edge of user behavior.
If we go up tomorrow again with the Moo, we can watch The Social Network tomorrow.
Especially Mark Zuckerberg.
What the fuck do you mean you like the Zuck? I like Mark Zuckerberg. I like him a lot. I think he's a very interesting guy. He's a smart dude, but I think he really fucked up in some ways the past few years with his whole expansion that he did with either the tech goggles or the one thing I think they've done that was a genius move was getting Instagram and creating Meta. I think was a very smart thing, but I do think Meta just feels like it's like one step behind at all times, and that's a problem.
Like he basically is a kind of an astute student of what people are doing online, tracks the data very closely. And so one other thing they're working on is an app called Meta Photos, which would be kind of similar to Google Photos on your phone. You sort of can upload your photos to it. It can create AI generated slideshows. You can enhance things. You could, in this version, it might even use generative AI to mess with your photos if you are so inclined. These are still all experimental and really
Why is that experimental?
Released in some form, but I think this is really indicative of Mark Zuckerberg's approach to what new products can Meta create as they're trying to figure out what the future looks like for them.
Yeah, and just based on what you said there,
Like where-
what new products
where
they
does
can
that-
create, what does that tell us about the future of the company? Is it that social media, Facebook,
Yeah, we can watch that video
Instagram
tomorrow.
is no longer too much of a focus?
Yeah, it's a great question and a great point. And I think this is, they're really a company trying to figure out what they want to be in a lot of ways. You know, Meta is not one thing. It is exactly what you said. It's Facebook, it's Instagram, it's WhatsApp, which is a messaging
That's right,
platform.
yeah.
It's Facebook Messenger. It's an AI business. It's a hardware business. It's the Ray-Ban smart glasses. So I think the way they approach it is a lot like a company like Alphabet, which is a parent company of Google, which is a
Bro, you can't compare Google to fucking Facebook. Dude, Facebook just feels like what was the last thing that Meta did that I was like, wow, that's a big game changer? It's really not much. I just feel like they're just trying things and it's just not really working out.
whole constellation of businesses. And, you know, Zuckerberg tries to tie things together with a common thread of this should all be social and connect with your friends and family. But it seems like kind of throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, they bought Oculus and just, dude, who cared? Like, it was just throwing shit at a wall and it never worked.
Based on digital behavior.
It certainly seems that way, but I suppose it's always a good thing to evolve. So we'll see what comes out of those ideas. Michael Isaac, thank you so much for your time today.
Yeah, I'm not big on Amazon or not. Amazon I'm still big on because they're
The only time I use Facebook is to see what my old high school friends are up to.
Yeah,
Who
but
the fuck uses Facebook daily?
A lot of people do. A lot of countries do. You'd be surprised. Facebook's pretty big, but the problem is they just can't figure out how to monetize it enough to make it work. That and also, you know, Instagram, etc., all that stuff. They just have a very hard time figuring that out. And it just feels like Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg and Microsoft, they're all just falling behind. I'm not a big believer in it. I'm just not. Don't ever compare to the Blockbuster. Blockbuster was the greatest thing of my life. Going into a Blockbuster, I will never have a more euphoric feeling in my entire life. Actually, that's not true. Maybe today with my stocks, I probably did. Let's go ahead and check that one more time so you guys can understand where we're at. But that is the close of our stock segment and the investment point. I think it was a very fun day. I think you guys like me watching videos more, so we're going to watch more videos. I think those are easier for you to understand and go through. But the craziest day I have seen in my portfolio in a long, long time, fucking nuts, considering that I thought it was kind of dim-a-doomed. But let's go check you guys out, chat. You are currently beating the fucking bot. You are up $94,000, and they are only up, he is only up 94,000. Let me go tell Claude, how do you feel that you're losing to a bunch of dumb fucks in my chat? They're laughing at you. They think you're a joke.
You're down 5 grand laughing while I'm up 47,000 staying silent. That's the difference between someone who trades and someone who hopes.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, but he's losing. He's stupid.
You need to buy Wendys. Everyone on Wall Street bet says bye-bye.
We could buy Wendys.
You're about to learn that confidence at 4 p.m. means nothing when my capital shows up at 9:30 a.m. and your entire chat becomes collateral damage.
He's gonna kill you guys. He's gonna fucking kill you. But anyway, Interesting day. Really fun day of streaming, honestly. Very fun day. Chat, download the extension if you want to get points and more points so you can win more money. We currently have about 1,000 people right now who entered, so there's a lot of chances for you to make money right now. Like, it's kind of crazy. I think I scared a lot of people by saying that there's a ban coming if you fucking lose. But yeah, if you watch my videos and stuff in full, you get points. Make it for Firefox. I believe Solutions said that we do have it for Firefox. Solutions, is that true? We do have it for Firefox now. You can also see how many tickets you have by typing in ! tickets, and you can see how many tickets you have. So that is happening as well. Yes.